What's up, everybody? Today, we're going to take a little different stroll through the baseball world. We're going to talk about fantasy baseball. And I've got my draft going right now. Getting ready to start in 3 minutes. It's an auction draft. We're going to talk about all kinds of strategy. Probably going to talk about every single player that's in the pool. So you can find information about baseball card collecting in here too. Because we're talking about dominant MLB baseball players. Let me turn this down. Get a little different vibe in here. Potentially. There we go. All right, where do we begin? It's getting ready to start soon. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to keep up with it, but you can see over here that we have the keepers. We got a 14-team league. This is an auction draft, so there's going to be a lot of players that are off the board. Obviously, I kind of listed them in order of the best players that were taken off the board and the value that they were, what they cost. We had $270 as a starting budget. And you'll see that the top players are really expensive, but it drops off pretty quickly. Judge had a value, I think, of like $70 pre-draft value, which is insane. But we do have a lot of money to spend. And you'll see that my team started out, I got to keep Bobby Witt Jr. for 11, Julio Rodriguez for 1. So that's probably the best keeper out of everybody, I think. Julio for $1. And Bobby for 11 is good too. Now, one of the first things you're going to want to do in a auction draft especially, and a keeper draft, but you're going to want to look through, just scroll through the list. Scroll through the values, see who's available, see how much they cost, and see if you spot anybody who has a predetermined value that is either higher or lower than you assess it for on your own. Before you even get into the draft, research as much as you can, especially if you're not up to date on baseball. There's all kinds of sources. ESPN. I like to use Fantasy Pros. There's just a million of them. Look up your favorite one and go with it. Some of the different sources and reports that I'm using we've got the closer report. That's really important because there's 14 teams. It's only 30 closers, and there's probably going to be a committee in 10 of those teams. So you've only got probably 20 legit closers. And if you have a committee closer on your team, it's a big disadvantage. Obviously, you're not going to be in the game you're not going to be in as many games. You're not going to get as many saves, and you're probably not as good if you're in a committee. So you want to kind of find some closers that are number one on their team and dominant. I've also got up a salary cap calculator. Show you this real quick. So at Fantasy Pros, you can put in all your league stats, and they'll come up with a generator that gives you values. You know, green is good, red is bad, a few things in between, and then you can just kind of click on the guy too, and it'll give you information. This is set to my league specifically. It helps a little bit. And I've got, let's see if I can show you this. Got a cheat sheet established. Already a bunch of notes and players that I have targeted. And that is like step one, going through the list and targeting particular players. Looks like we've got Corey Seager on the board right away. And I'm going to turn... I might just turn this volume down a little bit more. Corey Seager, $28. So right about now is when you have to kind of figure out when there's a player on the board. You have to figure out, like, am I going to bid this guy up? Because there's going to be some upbidding. Corey Seager went for $28. That's a fair price, good price. Get to know the players, certain players that are in your draft. I mean, because some of those guys are going to overbid. Some guys are going to be super passive. Some are going to be super aggressive. And some are going to go all in right away and blow their whole bankroll. So a lot of people want Trey Turner, understandably. You can see that he's up to $59 already. He's got a $66 value. So he went for a little bit less. Someone got a decent deal on him, but $59 for a player is a lot. But one thing I noticed in the 2023 season specifically is it's really, there's a juicy high end, and then there's not a whole lot in the middle as far as value, but then at the end of the draft, there's a ton of value. So I saw a lot of players for $5 and less that I would love to have on my team for those prices. Once we get down there, it's going to be a little bit inflated as to the value on the side here. So I'm interested to see what Nando, oh, look at Nando's already up $38. Yeah, people want Nando for sure. Another thing you can exploit is if you're in a league with a bunch of local guys, you know all your team, you know all the teams, they're all your friends or whatever, or acquaintances. Local players are going to get blown up. So how long until I am in? Okay, I got a while till I'm going to nominate a player. When you nominate players, that's a whole nother strategy. I've got a whole strategy with nominating players. Sometimes I nominate ones I like that I'm going to bid on. Sometimes I nominate guys I don't like. Sometimes I nominate guys that are really expensive that I don't plan on bidding, just hoping that people spend some of their bankroll and they think twice. Now, Jose Ramirez is a guy that I'm interested in for the right price. Okay, he's already up to $56. This home run derby guy right here, he tends to spend all his money really quick. So there's some of these guys that are just going to go blow it all, and he's one of them. 57, that's not too bad. I got to get in on one of these elite players, and I really like Jordan. So one of these home run guys I'm going to have to bid on because my strategy is studs and scrubs. I'm going to get a couple of elite players, maybe 3 elite players, offensive players specifically, and try to get a couple aces, high strikeouts. And you see right here that we got Eduardo Rodriguez on the board. So someone's already starting in with the local team, nominate the local team guy, try to get some people to spend their money, which is exactly what's happening here. Rodriguez had a pre-draft value of $0. I'm going to throw $1 in on him. He's our best pitcher. See, now guys are starting to spend. Because the pre-draft value of $0 doesn't make a whole lot of sense especially when you're local and you know what's up with this guy. He's our ace, closest thing to it. and he didn't play last year, so his value's down. You got to find those guys whose value, according to the numbers here, like this left-hand number, pre-draft value, and you can change those manually, but they're all set now, set in stone now. But finding value in any way possible, staying flexible, staying open to changing your strategy. I want to see what happens here with Jordan. He's probably going to go for a lot, but I'm willing to spend, probably about 50, in the $50 range. We'll see what happens. I got to get this guy though. So a lot of guys get overbid. When they're this expensive, probably not going to get overbid when they're super, super high up. But once you get into that $25, $30 range, then they can, and even lower, they can get bid up a lot. We're at 47 bucks. I'm going to throw another bid in here. It's still going. I might have to spend like 55 on Jordan. We'll see. 55. That's my bid. I don't think anybody's going higher than that. Okay, so he's an outfielder / DH. All right, I got my guy. I got home runs. That's what I'm targeting, is home runs and power. Home runs and power with a good batting average. Average isn't so important, but home runs are. You can pick up a guy with a decent batting average that doesn't do a whole lot later in the draft, but you can't find home runs at a good clip without sacrificing a lot of average. Like, you don't want a home run guy necessarily that's batting 220 or less, but he's giving you 30 bombs, something like that. That's a detriment. Mookie Betts went for 49. Good price, but Mookie is not I don't like Mookie as a fantasy player. He doesn't hit for power enough. And this year the lineup's a little bit watered down. He's probably not going to get as many RBIs this year either. So really what you're kind of expecting out of Mookie is a solid average, and he's going to get a lot of runs, few stolen bases, mid-20s home runs. Javi Baez, local guy right here. We're going to talk about every guy pretty much. And I'm not going to interact with the chat a whole lot because I'm just super focused. Once we get it in a range where I can't spend any more money, I'll hop back in the chat and answer anybody's questions. But another thing to think about as we watch Javi's price go way higher than it should be. See what I already told you. His pre-draft value was $4. And he's already up to 17 by Home Run Derby, the guy who I told you overspends. Knowing your league, knowing what's going to happen is a big advantage. Freddie Freeman kind of had a down year last year. Or wait, that's 2023 project. Let's go to 2022. Yeah, Freeman, 21 home runs last year. Great runs, great RBIs. So that's super solid, average super solid, not a ton of home runs. And if you're spending $50 on a guy, I can't stress it enough. You either need home runs or a little bit of power with some speed. Don't overvalue speed. Speed can be had later on. Let's see what happens with Freddie. I think he's going to go for a lot. Also, another thing to note is injuries. So Freeman's coming off of a little bit of a ding. We'll see if that hurts his value. Pre-draft value of $47. I think he goes right around 45, but we'll see. Maybe a little bit higher, depending on who needs a first baseman. First basemans are a little bit thin, but I did see a whole bunch of them down in the low range, low tier. And I think I might go fishing for first baseman down in the lower tier. But I'm flexible. I'm going to try to get Vlad. We'll see what happens with Vlad. Vlad also coming off a little bit of an injury, but he has played the last couple days and he's fine. A little bit of a knee. He's held out of the WBC, but he appears to be fine, and he is a monster. You cannot get that kind of... Like, if you look at the remaining players... I'm not looking at the draft summary. So, if you look at the remaining players, we can sort by home runs here. And look, see, in the 40s, there's only 3 guys left that have a projection of 40 home runs. Schwarber, Trout, and Olsen. Olsen's average is usually pretty middling to, mid to mid-low. So that's awesome, and I would love it. I'd be all right grabbing Olsen for that $27 range. But you see how quick it drops off. 40 home run projections. You get a few guys. Scherzer for 30. Okay, Scherzer's going up. I'm like, if Scherzer's in the 30s, I'm gonna grab him. But now he's kind of... Yeah. I was thinking about throwing $1 on there, bidding that one up a little bit. I probably should have bid that up because he should be a $40 pitcher. Bo, a guy I'm not targeting. Not enough power. He will, if he can get 25 home runs, that's a lot for Bo Bichette. 25 home runs. I mean, I guess he could get up to 30, but he's not necessarily a power guy. He's more of an average, hit for average, a little bit of pop, a little bit of stolen bases. He'll score some runs. He'll get some RBIs. But as far as spending in the 40s for it, no thanks. See, he just went for $42. I'll pass on that. Right now, we're looking for straight power. Simeon, not a very impressive 2022. Let's see. It's too late. He was okay, and maybe he'll get into his own, get into a groove this year, be a little better. But for $33, no. I'm not spending over 30 on Simeon. Devers, absolutely. So these are guys I'm going to target for maybe one or two more high-end players. Got to be real careful. So what do I have left? I've got $200 left. That's plenty of money. Once I get to about 100, I'll put on the brakes. But these elite players disappear quickly. Pete's gone. So we got off the board, not even available. Judge, Acuna, Ohtani, Rodriguez, Tucker, Machado, Alonso, Austin Riley, Garrett Cole, Bobby Witt Jr., Michael Harris, Verlander, Alcantara, Lindor, Teoscar, and then some other guys that are a little bit lower. But there's a lot of elite players off the board, so snagging one early is important. Soto should go for a lot. I'm going to just bump this up to 35 right now. We're going to get involved. Just move it on up. You can add a 39. Let's go 40. 41. He's got to be in the mid-40s. Pre-draft value of 47. He's got to keep going up. 44. Keep it going. 45. He should probably be 45. There it is. 45. 46. We're already above the range I want to play. I want to pay. It's just, I don't know what to expect out of Soto. He's going to have a great year, and he's one of my favorite players. But see, he's already $50. So he's not a pure power guy, and that park isn't a great park for power. Let's look at it real quick. MLB park factors. For home runs, Colorado, obviously. Cincinnati, the obvious number 2. And then Chicago in the Windy City, the ball flies when it's windy in the summer. Here's one I didn't expect, LAA. A lot of home runs coming out of there. Texas and Dodgers, a lot of power. Boston. So these are areas to target for power. But if we're talking San Diego, they're probably near the bottom. I don't even know. Oh, here we go. So they're right average, right league average. Here's Devers. I'm going to get in on Devers. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. Like I said, stay flexible. Don't commit to anything too soon. I'll throw a little bit in here and we'll see. I'm willing to pay right, in the 40s. Home run derby, the guy who overpays, wanting to get involved. We'll see how high he'll go. Pre-draft value is $40, so I'm already $3 over. $3 over pre-draft value is an amount that people usually are unwilling to pay. All right, got Devers. Got my power locked up. Got speed and power locked up. Now I can do anything I want. Between Jordan, Julio, Bobby, and Devers, I'm flexible to do anything I want. Bobby at shortstop, but he's also got multi-position eligibility. Shortstop, third base. So just in case something happens to Devers, I can grab one more shortstop because we got a second base shortstop position available. Adames. It's a sneaky little player. I'm actually going to target Pena in the lower rounds. Pena's really cheap. But since I have a list of about 20 players that are $5 or less, I have ultimate flexibility now. I can do whatever I want. I can load up on pitching now. I'd like to grab 2 aces. So I've got $160 left in my salary. And you look and compare it to everybody else. I don't like to get too low. But like I said, I did want to grab some guys early. Superstars. Superstars are going to be tough to come by starting really soon. You get Vlad off the board, Trout, Goldschmidt, Arenado. Offensive players we're talking about. Let's talk about just batters for the time being. Look what happens after you get past Matt Olson. You get past Matt Olson. Actually, you get past Arenado. Matt Olson's not a superstar. We got 4 superstars left. Offensive players. Now, I'm willing to put Olson in this tier, sorta. But you see what happens is his batting average is significantly less than the rest of these guys with similar production, which is why he's a little bit lower. But after you get past Olson, it's Mullins, Arozarena, Robert, Real Muto. We got all-stars here. But are they superstars? No. Not really. And then you're even down like Gunnar Henderson's going to cost you $19. So that's why I grab a couple superstars early. I've got 4 superstars on my team. If you consider Witt a superstar, which I don't know that he is quite yet, but he's darn close, and he will be, in my opinion, by the end of the season. Let's look at the power scenario. So Bregman, $26 home run derby. That guy who spends all his money. See, he's in on all these guys. He blows all his stack, and then he's left with no money to spend. Which for me, that would be fine because I can just fill. I know the game. I know the players in the game so well that it doesn't matter. I can really do anything, and I'll feel comfortable. Another part of the strategy with this studs and scrubs strategy that we're using today is being able to scrounge the waiver wire throughout the whole year. Be active in your league, and always be looking at the news. The very next day, look at the news. And if you're in daily fantasy sports, that helps because you know what people do. You're already, what certain players have done the night before, and a lot of people wait till the next morning. So if you do wait till the next morning, you're going to be doing the same thing as about, probably 5-6 other guys in your league. We got 14 guys. So there's maybe 5-6 guys that'll go check the waiver wire every day. And if you are a daily fantasy player, you'll have a jump on them in that angle, which I am. Jonathan Scope, the second baseman, look what home run derby's doing. He's bidding up the local guy. We've only got one auto draft guy right now, but everybody else is drafting in the league. When you have multiple people that are auto drafting, it can get pretty frustrating. I'm going to go ahead and add a player to the queue that I want to nominate next. And that player is Jose Altuve. So I'm going to put him in my queue right there. He's an $8 player, and I'm pretty sure that at least a quarter of the league doesn't know that he's even injured. He's projected to be out for a couple of months, 2-3 months, I think. In your other browser or in your other tabs, you should have multiple tabs. If you don't have 2 computer screens to use, get your phone, have your phone out, or just have multiple tabs open that you can just switch between. Let's see what Olson goes for. Because if Olson goes for a value, I might snag him. I might snag him right here. $30. I mean, then we're talking just pure dominance with power. Yep. Got bid up. 32. He's up to 32. So that's fair. Maybe 35 would be acceptable even. Mid-30s. So Olson went for more than Bregman. Olson went for less than Bo. So ask yourself, why would I buy Bo for 42 and Olson for 32? In my opinion, I'd much rather have Olson for 32 because of that power. Now, Bo might shock us and get 30, 35 home run. I can't see him get 32 high. Probably the high end for Bo. But they brought the fences in at Rogers this year. So he might have a couple more that sneak out on him. We got another nomination for Alex Lang, the relief pitcher. Let's see what he goes for. Pre-draft value, $0, but local and home run derby's getting in on it. He sees a tiger, he gets in. We'll see. So another thing is if you have an auto draft player, then and you nominate a player who's injured, if they didn't set their pre-draft values properly, that all you need is 2 people throwing in bids to get that guy to go way up. So I don't know what the pre-draft value is. We got Bauer outage is nominating. Where is he? He's right there. Did I miss my nomination? I must have. Must have missed it. Let me check the messages. Activity. Oh, well. Now I got Altuve in there. Arenado, I think he's dealing with a little something. I'm going to pull up his news right now. Yeah, he's dealing with a little something. He got hit in the hand. X-rays came back negative. He should be fine. So it's not the biggest deal. And he is an awesome player. And for 30... All right, he's already up to 33, so he's over the pre-draft value. Pretty standard. 2, 3, we're at $3 over value. That's usually the cutoff that people are willing to spend. I'm willing to spend more than that. If someone wants to get froggy with me on a guy I really want, I'll go up to like $7 over. Don't be afraid to go over that pre-draft value and start to determine what people are going to spend. What are they spending? How much over pre-draft value are they spending? So that you can strategize. So then when you're at $2 over, you can be comfortable knowing that maybe that last bid will get in and no one's going to go $4 over. $46 pre-draft value for Vlad. And it's approaching the cutoff. I'm going to throw in a little bit here, I think. I'm going to go 44, 45 already in. 46, eat 'em up Tigers. 47, what's he going to go for? See, now we're at the point where too expensive. You can spend your money elsewhere at this point. For me at this point, two $20 players are going to be more valuable than Vlad's at 51. So everybody wants in on Vlad. 52. Everybody wants in on Vlad. And that little bit of injury in the preseason where he tweaked his knee, I'm sure he's fine. And he hit a home run since then. But how good is he? How good is he really? Yeah, Lang closer for Detroit this year. Yeah, how many saves is he going to get, though? It's another thing. He might be the closer. How long is he going to be the closer? Number one. And how many saves is he actually going to get playing for this stink team? And how good is he really? So that's 3 reasons why I would hesitate, especially at the price he went for. What do you go for? Let's look over here and see. Yeah, Lang went for $12. Too much. Way too much. Maybe not way too much. But a guy like him, I think, should probably be around $8. $5 to $8. See, somebody nominated Bryce here. Smart play. He's a $5 pre-draft value. I'll get in on Bryce if the price is right, because we do have IL spots. So you can stash a guy on your IL. We have, I think, 3 IL spots. But people are bidding up on Bryce already, and he's slated to miss some time until around the All-Star break. I can't see him bringing him in before the All-Star break. Why? Why not just wait till after? Give him those few extra days to get right. And he went for 17, and that's not bad. That's right around that point where I would have considered buying him, but that's kind of a lot of money. We'll look at the guys that you can get for $18. Scroll down a little bit. Let's look in this range. Now, mind you, all these guys are going to be a couple dollars more expensive, most likely. Well, you can get Eloy Jimenez and have a whole year of Eloy for that same price. He's probably going to be like a $22 player. Gunnar, Dansby, Cruz, Wander, Springer. Yes, please. I'm going to snag Springer. Maybe. But Springer's always hurt. He's always bumped up, bruised up, missing games. Corbin Burns up to $43 already. This is a guy that you want. Ks. It's all about Ks for pitching. Strikeout. Don't worry about ERA and whip. That stuff comes and goes. Sometimes you have a spectacular season as a starting pitcher where, in the previous year you had a 4.5 ERA, and then this year you have a 2.5. Just something clicks. Let's see what Torkelson goes for. Normal league, Torkelson's probably going for like maybe $5. His pre-draft value was 0 for some reason, but I bet he gets up into the $15 range. I don't know. Just guessing. He's already 11 for home run derby. He's grabbing them. I told you. 12. See, some people will probably play games. First of all, they don't mind getting them. Second of all, bump it up another $1. Let's see. See, Aces from Spaces is smart. He's not in on fantasy baseball a whole lot, but he is a smart man, so he gets it, and he does know the local players. He goes to a lot of home field games, a lot of Detroit Tigers games. So Torkelson is $17. See, there's an exploit. I just figure that as I just saved $17, or like the whole league just saved $17 somehow. So when there's a lot of overpaying early on in your auction draft, a lot of times that'll lead to value somewhere in the draft. Now, a lot of times the value is not at the end like you might think it would be, rather in the middle rounds. I think we're going to see some value appear in maybe, hold on, let's maybe around this area, somewhere, around here. It's going to be a little bit of value. Maybe there won't be any, but I did a custom draft value, pre-draft value, and it appears that, yeah, there's just some differences. I will get in on Trout if people are going to sleep on him. Like, you can't let Trout go for us. So he's already at his pre-draft value. And if he... I'm going to go one more. Okay. Yeah, I want him to get up into the 40s. I want people to pay 40 for Trout. Sometimes you just got to throw that offer in there. And I wouldn't try to bump up the bid looking to make people pay more money unless you have at the very least, you have the spot on your roster for him. For example, let's say I draft another shortstop pretty soon, and then my shortstop and my second base shortstop is all filled up. I wouldn't want to play games bidding up another shortstop, because when you get that guy, now I'm forced to use him at my utility position, and that limits what you can do off of the waiver wire. What if then you find a shortstop on the waiver wire that is like an awesome pickup? Well, then you have no room for him. So that's why it's a good thing to not get too heavy and too loaded on one position. You don't want to just monopolize. A lot of people do that in fantasy football, where they think that, hey, if I grab another quarterback right now, that's one less elite quarterback, and then there'll be a run on quarterbacks, and then my guy will be available. There's strategy to do that in football a little bit. Maybe tight ends. Sometimes people do that with tight ends too. But in baseball, if you find scarcity at a position, which you should, got to nominate this player, by the way. We're throwing Altuve up there. And he's going to go for a lot, like I said. As long as, we'll see. We'll see what people do. But this Brooklyn all-in on Mets auto draft is gonna bump it up. And there's also one of our buddies' wives. She'll probably know when her husband's like, don't draft him, but I don't know for sure. He's already at $10, 11. Bryce went for 17, I think it was, or was it 18? So he might go in the same range if people are thinking like stash central. Yeah, he went for 17, so we're already up to 15. I'm thinking this is probably it right here. $15 for Altuve, unless someone just really doesn't know what's going on, which Home Run Derby doesn't. Oh, Rosser's Twin Terror does not also know what's going on. Home Run Derby back over the top. Already down over $100. They're at $100 left in their budget. And they just won Altuve, who's going to be sitting on the IL for quite a while. Lodolo going to break out? Yeah, there's a ton of pitchers, Andrew, who are cheap, if not free, that have the potential to break out. So I'm not looking to overspend on pitching. I'm looking to have a stacked offense. And then maybe 1 to 2 aces. It's nice to have 2 aces. That way, sometimes your pitchers only have 1 game a week. But if you have 2 aces, you can spread that around. Maybe you get lucky and you have a 2-starter. It's not good to have both guys starting twice in the same week, because then the next week you're probably going to be down and out. But to have a couple of aces and get spreading out your 2 starts between aces, maybe even 3, if the situation lends itself. It's about that time where I'm going to start targeting an elite pitcher. I'm liking Dylan Cease for $24. He'll probably he might go upwards of like $28, but I don't know for sure. DeGrom is down there for $22. I'm in on that. 100%. Let's look at some pitchers. We'll start thinking about pitching. And we're looking at Ks. Sort by Ks. I don't think that worked. There we go. Dylan Cease. Look at those Ks. 242. So I'm targeting Dylan Cease. I'm also going to target Spencer Strider, potentially. But these guys right here, once you get below 200, there's a cutoff right here. And it's not to say that some of these other guys can't get 200 strikeouts. Oh, look at Nick Lodolo, by the way, $10. I don't know what's going to happen there, but I'm not paying 10 for Lido. I'm going ultimate studs and scrubs as pitching, and I'm not overspending on relief pitching. I like to have one elite closer, maybe two, maybe. But one, I'm targeting one elite closer. We're going to go back to all positions, back to normal here. So now we're in the $30 range. Goldschmidt just went for 42. And let's check out the salary. Always be looking at the salary. Click on your teams, the other teams, and look and see what they have, what positions they need. So we got, I don't know how much time we have. Castellanos on the board. $11. He's going to go for well over that. Castellanos, former Tiger. People know him. They know his name. They're going to bid on him. I don't blame him. He's a good player. Had a down year last year. There might be a little value there. Might be a little. Yeah, see, look at where now there's no value. There's no value on Castellanos. He's over $20. He could have an all-star type of season, but Castellanos in Cincinnati, we already looked at the ballpark factors. Let's look at them again. I'm going to keep pulling stuff up like this so we can use these as, look at this. Cincinnati, right here, number 2 for home runs. And if we sort by runs per game, they're number 2. They're right there. So Castellanos for Cincinnati is better than Castellanos for Philly. And he just went for $20, and that's a massive overpay. Pre-draft rank was like $7. If Castellanos can't hit for average, which he didn't last year, he's not worth more than a low to middle pick. Zach Wheeler's a stud, and he gets over 200 Ks, projected for over 200 Ks, $27 pre-draft value. Let's look and see what happens. If there's value here, we'll pounce. If not, we'll pass. $25, 26. Gonna have to go 26. And I will take Wheeler. It's a contending team, and it's below value. And that's how you pounce on value. Right there. Wasn't planning on Wheeler, but he's a 200K potential guy. And I'll take it. Got to get strikeouts somewhere. On the next couple guys, so I want to get either Strider or Cease. Gallon, Diamondbacks pitcher, Gallon. He's definitely underrated. That's a guy I like too. He's low. I think I wrote him down on my board. Where's Casey Mize? Yeah. On the IL with Tommy. Brandon Woodruff. Big time K numbers here. Over 200 strikeouts. And let's see relative value. Zach Wheeler for 26. Brandon Woodruff. It's a good value. Good value on Woodruff. We're at that point now where things are going to start getting more towards the baseline of what they're worth. You got to keep track of all of these things and try to pay attention. See what different players are going for. Woodruff isn't a superstar name. Here's Strider. Let's see what happens with Strider. I'll get in on him if the price is right, but if they're going to overpay for him, I can just go with somebody else. But there's been a lot of talk about Strider. I'm a little concerned about a potential, the injury at the end of the last season. See if people know who he is even. In the $24 range. I'll throw 25 on it. You're gonna have to overpay for Strider to get him out of my hands. There you go. And there they are. 2 guys overpaid a little bit, and now I'm out. You get to $30, which Strider's now at 30, and I think it's a little too much. Not based on skill, not based on talent, not based on upside, just based on have you proven it yet? Half a season. We only, 3/4 of a season, really. is all we really have of a starter. And for a pitcher, very risky. Injury risk for pitching is really high. That's why you don't want to really go too heavy, spending too much of your budget. 75% should probably go towards offense, 25% towards pitching. You can adjust those numbers, but have it in mind, and also make a pre-draft cheat sheet where you're writing down players that you want to target and how much you're willing to spend on them. And if it comes to it and you can't get those players, or you got to overpay a little bit, you can readjust on the fly. But knowing specific players and where they are in the draft, especially relative to other players that have the same kind of upside or more. See, Nola's going to go for a little bit more than Wheeler. Let's see how much more. We're at 30 already. His pre-draft value was $29. I think it's right around here. 31. He's an elite pitcher. Elite ERA on a championship caliber team with a lot of strikeouts. 32. Right here is fair. It's a fair price. I don't see anything wrong with spending 32, 33 bucks. Fine. Anything more than this, now I don't know. I've had Nola on my teams before, and he gets more strikeouts now than he used to. He used to be a better real life. Real quick. Rosarena I love Randy, but he's going to get the stolen bases. He's got the swag. He's already warmed up. He was in the WBC, hero for Mexico. It's that batting average that I'm a little bit worried about, and the rest of the roster around him. Now, he is going to bat high in the order, most likely. So if Randy, that's another thing you need to think about. Where are they batting in the order? You'll see someone pulled the move. They put Cabrera up there, and people are going to overpay for Cabrera. I wouldn't have him on my team for $0. In home run derby, just bought him for $8. Of course he did. See what we have coming up here. A little bit of power, and we got some strikeouts. Strikeouts and power, a little bit left. And then, Class A is good. I'm still seeing some pretty elite talent here. I want to see what happens with Randy. If people sleep on Randy and he can be had for a value, I'll consider it. But the stolen bases, people eyeball those stolen bases and they start to salivate. There's 3 guys on here that have over 20 stolen base projection that are still elite players. So he's right at value. This is still okay. 27. Now, when you're getting closer to $30 for Randy, it's a lot. It's a little bit too much, probably. We're at $28, and that's probably the peak. Yeah, 29, too much. Too much. Lou Bob, same kind of player, higher average. Little bit more pop. Just a little, maybe. Luis Robert is a guy who is still got a question mark next to his name as a player who we know he's got the skills. He's got the tools. He's super athletic. We just haven't seen a ton of home run power out of him, and he's missed a lot of time. The lineup's not as stacked this year. We should have, if Robert leads off or, 1, 2 right in there, which he probably will. I mean, Tim Anderson and Robert up towards the top. Then he's got more plate appearances, more ABs. Guys in the top of the lineup that have power are definitely key to target because they can compensate for some of the lack of the RBIs they get, batting 1 or 2 with the home run power. So, you get an RBI and a run with your home run. So you're filling in 3 boxes right there, 4 if you count average, but usually the home run guys don't have that good of an average, which is why I like Jordan because he checks a couple of boxes there. With all these guys, I have good average, good power, good couple of stolen base guys. Devers and Jordan are not going to steal bases, but here's Robert. I'll consider him if the price is right. The price is not right. They're overpaying for him already. Robert in the $30 range is a pass for me because he lacks the durability. He has the upside, but he lacks the durability. And it's a bummer when you pay $30 or more for a player and then they're not in there all the time for you. $32 for Robert. That's too much. Now here's Cease coming up. We'll see what happens with Cease. I want him. He could have won the Cy Young. He was so close to Cy Young last year. Yeah, someone kept Jazz for $6. Adley for $1 is a good keeper. I mean, we can go through the keepers while we're waiting here. O'Neal Cruz at shortstop, already overpaying for him. Potentially. His average is too low. But right at $20, I'm okay with. Yeah, $20, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. You can get that average up a little bit. If he gets that average up and he's at 25, I don't know how many stolen bases he's going to get, but he should get a few. 25 bombs. He can get up in the 260s, 270 with that average. I'm okay with $20. At this point is when the batting average really sacrifices a player's rank and pre-draft ranking, pre-draft dollar amount. It'll go down a lot based on their batting average, which if you can find a guy who has a lower batting average, like Stanton, he used to be a close to 300 hitter. So he's got a $5 pre-draft value, and I will snag Stanton, but he misses a lot of time too. He's already 11. You know, this is a guy, I'm going to pop it up to 12. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, I'm just looking to just make someone pay a little bit more. Home Run Derby can have him for 13. Definitely. I just wanted to bump that one up a little bit because that would be a guy who, if I got him for 12, I'd be like, I've bought him in the past for like $35, $40. So he's that kind of player. He has that in him. He's in the right ballpark. He's got the right team around him, in the right division with a lot of good places to hit. Rogers, Fenway, and Yankees Stadium are all great places to hit. Now here's Cease. Let's see what happens here. I had him on my team last year, so I don't know how many people are really comfortable with him. If I paid 26 for Wheeler, oh yeah, he's already up to 28. We'll go 29. If someone wants him for 30, they can have him, but I'm comfortable at 29. Yeah, this guy wants him for 30. He can have him. Go get him, Brent. He's yours. He's yours for 30. I'm comfortable as long as you have that number in your mind and you're also making someone overpay. Win-win. I'll go after someone else. Like Bieber. Bieber's had a good spring. Projected to get about 200 Ks. See what happens. I'm not a Carlos Correa fantasy guy. He's never been a great fantasy guy. He's good, not great. He's not going to carry your team to anything. High average. Avoid the guys that have a high batting average because it lifts them up in the rankings. And batting average is only one category. If I had a choice, I would punt average, which means don't worry about average at all. And if you don't worry about average at all, and you specifically look at guys that maybe don't have a great batting average, or in the, not in the 240 range, 250. 250 is like that spot where people are like, 250, I don't know. They think twice. They want a guy with a good batting average, where it's only one category. Santander. Pre-draft value of $7. He's going to go a little bit higher. He's pretty popular, and from my cheat sheet, I'm just going to see if I can find Santander real quick here. Because I remember seeing him higher than I thought he should be. Yeah, $21 is the pre-draft value here that I have for Santander. And he's at 17 now. On this sheet, he was a $7 pre-draft value. So I'm going to have to go through here and mark some guys off that have already been drafted so I can double check. We got all of these guys are gone. Everybody's gone. Gone. Except for DeGrom. DeGrom, I have as a $36 value. Class A is a guy I'd take. Elite closer on a good team. Nasty, dominant strikeout stuff. But he's probably going to go for... You don't really want to pay $20 for a reliever. I'm not paying 20 for a reliever. Mullins, Nola, McClanahan. Did we already do Schwarber? I think Schwarber's gone. Maybe. We had Hoskins. Where's Schwarber? Schwarber's on here still. So I have Schwarber at a $30 pre-draft value. That's a guy I would think about. Schwarber's streaky, though. There was a time when Schwarber was available off the waivers because his batting average is so low. But that's one of those guys that I was telling you about. It's just how much are you going to spend for a guy that has limited... He's not going to score a lot of runs. He's going to get a lot of home runs. Not going to score a lot of runs, probably, although they say he's going to score 99 runs. I can't see that, but maybe. Let's see. What did he do in 2022? He did have 100 runs, so okay, I guess he could. It's just I kind of figure, yeah, they did have him batting like in the 2. If he's batting in the 2, but look at that average, 218. Not the biggest deal, but he will kill your average. And especially if he's getting a lot of at-bats and plate appearances. So that whole thing we talked about earlier, if there's a guy that's going to kill one category for you, that's something you got to think about. Because if everything else is good, but you add the one guy that's atrocious, I don't know. You got to weigh that and consider the rest of your team. How is the rest of your team built? Can you manage to take that? Like, I'm not going to grab Schwarber. Maybe I nominate Schwarber. Maybe that's the play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more nominations before it's my turn. Let's get a quick look and see where everybody's at. A couple guys at $70. I'm well over that. I got some money. I'm over these two. I got $134 to spend, so I've got more than these two. These guys have all their money left still. They're we'll see. 182 for short strokes and 160, so we're in the range with this guy, in the range with, I'm a little over, in the range. So this is where I want to be. Right in the range with a lot of people, but just a little bit under the average. Take out the two high rollers here. Rodon for 27. Rodon is he's injured. Let's get a quick Rodon report. I would have taken him for like 15. He threw 15 fastballs in a bullpen session. His elbow, he's got elbow issues. He's 30 years old, and he's working his way back. Am I super concerned? Not really. But do I want to blow a bunch of my bankroll on him? Do I want to spend 27 on Rodon for a guy who I'm not going to have for a little while? I don't know. Maybe not. I wouldn't make that play. Garcia's a guy I like. Let's see what happens here. He's at 22. I'm going to throw a bid in. 21. We'll get to 21. We'll see what happens. Twinado goes 22. See, he's got to spend some money. So I'm going to bump that again and make him overpay. There we go. See, and now the bidding starts. Another thing is these guys know that I know a lot about baseball. So when I bid on somebody, some people I feel have the strategy of, oh, striker's in. That means he must be good. I'm gonna bump that up. So sometimes I throw bids in on guys I'm not really interested in just to keep it questionable so they don't know. You got to keep your strategy fluid. Don't always nominate guys either that you don't want. Sometimes nominate guys that you do want. The next guy I'm going to nominate is probably going to be... See, Rodon was a guy that I was going to nominate, and someone already did it. That's good. Riley Green is a guy I'm going to nominate. I love Riley, but I ain't paying what they're going to pay for him. I'm going to put him in the queue right now. He's a $2 value. I bet you he goes for over 10. He's going to go for over 10. Probably in the maybe $15. 12 to 15, I would think. Just because they want him. You know, they want to watch a guy. They don't care what he's valued. They want to watch him. They know him. He's the young guy, and I want them to spend their money. Abreu, I'm going to pop that. I'm going to grab Abreu for the power in Houston in a good lineup. And then he's going to overpay. I'm okay with that. See? Pay a little more. So he had to pay 20. If I got him for 19, I was okay with it, and I made that guy pay more, so I'm double okay with it. It worked out. That's how you want to play that game of bumping up the value. Make him overpay. Make him overpay. It's when there's a guy that you also would be okay with at that price. I've made so many mistakes in the past by doing that, and I will again, by doing that same strategy on a player I don't want, or that I already have that position locked in. Yeah, William, this is fantasy baseball. Andrew says, wouldn't touch Rodon. Got to see him pitch in New York first. Smells like a disaster. He's really, really good, though. All right, DeGrom, he's already well over his $22 value. He's at 31 right now, and that's not a price I'm willing to pay. But he could go for 40, and it might pay off at a $40 price. High risk, high reward. High risk, high reward with DeGrom, and Aces from Spaces can afford to take that risk. What he's doing is he's locking up a lot of good pitchers. Where he's going to have a lot of problems is his offense, because he's down to $73 and our elite pitchers are gone. I had Manoah last year. I'm out on Manoah this year. He doesn't get enough strikeouts. He gets plenty of strikeouts, but not enough for me. At $24, I mean, I might bump that up. I'm gonna bump that. Yeah. I'm gonna bump that up a little bit. He is worth it. He's a $25 pitcher. He's worth. We'll see what happens. See, right after I say that, that's what I mean about being flexible. Like, I'm not in on him, but if I can get him for like 20-ish bucks, all right. Now I'm down to $100. I got 2 elite pitchers, lacking a little in strikeouts, but yeah, you never know. Durability and longevity with Manoah is good. 2 mid-$20 pitchers, that's okay. Now I got to start thinking more about offense. No more pitching, and it auto-nominated Riley Green for me. We'll see what happens here. I'm not going to play any more games because that was kind of a game with Manoah. It was the same thing that I got away with a few times, and I just told you it would bite me again. But I'm not mad about Manoah. If I would have done that same thing for, I don't know, like maybe like Max Fried, then I'd be a little more mad about that. Or Schwarber. Don't want Schwarber. Maybe even Eloy, if you try to get cute with Eloy. Although they only have him with 16 home runs this year. That's low. Look at this. 295 batting average, 16 home runs is what they're projecting. Weird. 292 plate appearances. Let's do a little quick check it. Jimenez. Quick check on the news. I know he was dinged up. Calf. He's got a calf cramp is all. So that's not a big deal in spring. Working out the kinks. But he is an injury issue too. Injury prone. For sure. Look at some stats for Jimenez. Career stats right here. Looking at home runs. That 31 number in 2019, the year where everybody hit a bunch of bombs, but look at ever since. 14, 10, 16. Look at the ABs in the 200s. This is a candidate for boom bust. I like Crone. Might spend on Crone. We're already getting kind of expensive. Tornado needs to spend some money. I'm going to bump it. I didn't see that Houghton Heroes went to 15. I wanted the $15. Okay, good. Take him for 17. Take him for 17. I didn't want him for 16. I wanted him for 15. The dollar here, dollar there really matters. Saving a buck. Saving a buck here and there. Squeezing every ounce of value you can, because just imagine if you save like $7. If you save $7 through the course of the draft, that can go a long way. Towards the end of the draft, when players are $1, when you're nominating players at the end for $1, and there's inevitably going to be a few players that have plenty of money left over that they didn't spend, like these two, Twin Terror and Tornado, they're going to have so much money left that they're going to be able to overbid your dollar player. And you want to have a couple bucks left so that you can secure your $1, $2, $3 player. Few of those dollar players are going to go for like $7, $8, $6, $7, $8, because people are going to be desperate. It's already approaching desperation. Now that was a good pick, Tornado, Castillo for 23. That was pretty good. So the question is, would I rather have Manoah for 25 or Castillo for 23? I'm going Manoah 25. Manoah pitches in a worse park for pitchers, but I think he's just more consistent, durable. Castillo, a little more wild and volatile, but he does pitch in a better pitcher's park, and he has a good enough team around him too. Here's Schwarber. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, people need that power. They see those 45 home runs, and they're bidding. It's going up. $29 is what we're at right now. Twin Terror, the one who needs to spend some money. And it's up to 30. Let's see if the Twin Terror goes and over goes over that, 30. I think 30 is probably the max. Schwarber's not a $30 player. He's great, but he's not a $30 player. He lacks in an important category. 2 important categories, I guess, but the most important, I guess, is that he kills you in batting average. He's not going to get you a lot of steals either to make up for that. I guess if a guy has a poor batting average, but they have pop and a little bit of stolen base, here's a guy I want right here, Chapman. He was $5. I want to see what happens here. I'd like to get him for under 10. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. No. 11. I tried to get in on 10 and someone went over top. See, that happens sometimes when you click your offer and someone gets in right before. Now we're too expensive on Chapman. Once again, the batting average is what's going to do him in. 229 last season, and this season he's projected for 231. But that's too much for Chapman, I guess. 14 with the $5 pre-draft value. It's in line. I'm not mad at that $14 value. It's way over the pre-draft value, but what are you going to do? It's going to get to that point where you'll look back and you might say that, actually, that was pretty good for $14. Zach Gallen, this might be the guy you were talking about, Wong. He's got a $21 pre-draft value, so he's going to get up around there. He might go for like 23. I could see 23 being the key number. See what happens. I'm still open and flexible. If there's a guy going well below value, I might pick him off. But I can't see anybody going too far below value with about $200 to spend. These two teams having $200 to spend. They're going to try to swoop up anything that's below value. And here we are at $22. Let's see. I predicted 23, went for 22. Pretty close. Gallen's not a household name. If you know the game, if you know baseball real well and fantasy really well, you know about him. But average players, they don't really know him. Here's Gunnar. Gunnar had a $19 pre-draft value, and I'm out on that. Not a big enough sample size, and I don't know where he's going to bat in the lineup. He's got the potential to be batting like 5th or 6th. If he bats 5th or 6th, I don't know how they're going to do the righty-lefty. Maybe they move him up this year. But last year, I remember him batting a little bit lower, and he's already up there. People like him. Yep, right around now. I don't see him going too much higher than this, but who knows? Maybe $1 or $2 over value, but we're right at value, and he's not a name that everybody recognizes. If they've done a little bit of research under, rookies, big rookies to swoop up, this name's going to pop up. So we're at $21. Bauer outage is at $21 for Gunnar, and that's too much for me. It's too much. I don't think this is a guy you should target at that price. I think if he was around $10, take a speculative shot on him. But look, he's up to 25 now. No. Let's look at the guys that were in the $25 range that you could have got. Offensive players. I don't know. There's not really a lot of guys that have been drafted yet in the $25 range. Like Dansby was 19. I'd rather have Dansby probably, right? Dansby's going to be batting, I don't know, leadoff? Is he going to be? It's going to be way high. Oh, Riley Green only went for $6. That's pretty crazy. I would have snagged him for that price. Wasn't paying attention. Here's Max Fried. I'm out. Not enough strikeouts. Pitching in a park that allows a lot of runs and a lot of power. Hot in Atlanta in the summer is just a launching pad. I don't really like to target pitchers that are in ballparks that allow for a lot of power, a lot of hits, a lot of runs. And I'm also, another strategy this year is do not target catchers. Just wait. There's plenty of catchers to be had. We got 14 teams. There's plenty of catchers way down cheap. I'd like to just draft whatever $1 catcher there is available at the end of the draft, or maybe not even draft a catcher if I can get away with it. And then pick one up off the waivers. Catchers usually miss games. Platoon situation. Managers don't like to run catchers out there all the time, every game, multiple games in a row. And especially if there's a day off, they'll sit the catcher either the game before or the game after. Usually, like their starting catcher, they'll sit them the game before so that they have 2 days to recover. So catcher's a position you shouldn't blow your stack on. Giolito for $7 is decent. 200 strikeout player. I'm going to throw a little bit in here. I'm going to get in on Giolito. He had a bad ERA last year, but he's a dominant pitcher, and he's got 200K upside. We'll throw another $1 in here. Aces from Spaces thinks that he wants to get all of the starting pitchers. One more bid. If he wants to go 14, maybe he can have him. He doesn't need him. He's just bidding me up right there because he doesn't need it. There you go. You can have it. He wants a monopoly on all the starting pitchers, and I'm going to let him have it at 14. Just at that point, the risk-reward ratio. Giolito in the past has been a $20+ player, and he probably deserves it. Like if his pre-draft value was $20 on there, people would probably spend $25 on him, right? But they just go with what the book says. Let's see if I can find him on my cheat sheet. Looking at... Where's Giolito on here? He must be way down. Yeah. Do we got to go to page 3? Who's up? Will Smith? No interest in Will Smith. Not even going to bid on him. I can't find Giolito on here even. It's tough to say. I mean, geez, if they had him ranked that low, what are we thinking about Giolito? Hey, thanks for the gifted JML experience. Appreciate that. Giolito, where are you, buddy? If he's not even in the top, 3 pages, then not even worth it. Oh, here we go. We got a rookie. $4 pre-draft value for Miranda. I'm going to cross some of these guys off of my cheat sheet so I can stay up to date. So Miranda's multi-position eligible, which is good. And seems like he was batting in the heart of the order, somewhere around there. He's got good upside, highly touted rookie, but he's already up in the $8 range and people are overpaying for him. $9. See the Rossers, both of the Rossers teams, they're trying to spend their money and they're spending it. Wow, there are a lot of players on this that have not been drafted yet that are high up. So Bieber's gone, Woodruff, Rodon, Seager, Garcia, Arenado, Wheeler. Actually got Wheeler for a little less than, or right around the projected. Devin Williams, monster. I'd love to have Devin Williams. He's going to get you about half of the strikeouts as a normal starting pitcher, and he's going to get you saves. He'll get you a couple wins, too, just because of the relievers and the closers. Sometimes they'll pull out a win. Not very many. You don't count on that. Those just come occasionally. But Devin Williams for $20, it's right around there where the elite closers tend to go. Right about $20. Will Smith is gone. I love having this list. So this list has Andres Jimenez ranked really high. I'm going to see where he is and what his pre-draft value. His pre-draft value is $11. So let's remember Jimenez. When it comes time, he's a little bit of sneaky value. He's going to have a high batting average. And we're being flexible, so maybe we do kind of try to stay high in the batting average. 20-20 guy. 70-70 guy maybe. 77, 20-20, 300 average. And his average selling price is like $5.4. Our league's different, but if I can get him for less than 11, maybe people don't like him. Let's remember Jimenez. I'm going to circle him on my list. Second baseman, we're going to need a second baseman. Here's Wander. I predict people are going to overpay for Wander. He's a name. I'm going to circle Jimenez and Springer also. Where Springer's coming up. Springer's got a $26 value on this sheet, so Springer's potentially a guy we could target, but we're starting to run out of cash. $109 left. Going to have to start being a little tighter. Maybe. But I don't know a little bit more money spent. Like JoJo here needs to spend some money. Franco is right at that cutoff. Anything over that would be overpaying. $21 I don't feel is overpaying for Wander. That's probably right in line with what he should go for. But we're looking for value. We're trying to find value at this point. Maybe people sleep on somebody. I hope they sleep on Pena. Pena was a guy I was targeting, but it looks like yeah, there he is. I'm not going to spend that much. I was looking to get him for like $15, but he's going to go for 20 probably. We have to see. We're going to stay flexible on Pena because I already have a shortstop, so I'm not going to invest too heavily on another shortstop. But I'm going to need to put some money in. I got two outfielders too, so we're looking at first and second base at this point. 15, I'll go 16. That's right in my range. People are going to... Okay, now we're up. Now people are... Don't want to miss out on Pena. Up to $19. This is right around where I thought he'd go. See if someone gets froggy and gets up to 20. 19. It's about right. So there's no value to be had there. But someone's going to come along. There's a few players in every draft that people don't like. And we're approaching the area where people aren't going to recognize names. Oh, Severino's a guy we're going to have to nominate. How long is Severino out? He just got hurt. Let's look up Severino. Cronenworth, a nice utility player. My brother-in-law targets utility players. We'll see if he snags him. Votto gets you Blotto. Short strokes is in at 13. That's an overpay probably for Cronenworth. But there is upside at the $13 point. I wouldn't pay that much. Cronenworth's kind of like almost a waiver wire level player. Maybe like a $5. You can get him for $5. Especially the multi-position eligibility is really nice. First and second base is really nice. You can put him as your second baseman and have more pop, more power in your lineup than anybody else because other second basemen don't provide that. Albies does. All right, so Springer is already, he's there. My pre-draft value is $26 for Springer. I'm going to go, I'm up to 22. Let's see if the rosters bump me. Because I'm still below the pre-draft value, and I'll take him for 22. He's going to go 23. I thought he might. And now I'm out. You want him for 23? You can have him for 23. That's a fair price. Springer's like, used to be like a $30 player regularly, and I have him for 26, so he's below my custom values. But I suggest making custom value sheets for your particulars in your draft. Because they're going to be different. Every draft's going to be different. And this is what we're working with right here. Only drafted 6 players. We went real heavy up top, that was the plan. We got Tommy Edman here. Let's see if Votto gets in on him. Votto tends to like players like this. Second base, shortstop eligible. Pre-draft value of $12. No, thank you. There's no way I'm spending that much. Edman's like a waiver guy in my mind. One of those utility second base shortstop guys that don't do much. They're okay and they're fine, but he's not going to get you power numbers. And you need power numbers when you're spending that kind of money. Look at, he's already up to 17. There's my, I told you, Votto, going to get in on it. He was going to spend 17. He's not going that high. Oh, he did. He's going 19 on the utility player, but Aces from Space is coming in over top for 20. Massively overpaying for Tommy Edman. Another thing about St. Louis is they've got some players like Gorman plays second base, outfield. $22. Votto. Did I call that or what? I called that from a mile away, and he let Aces from Spaces have it. Aces from Spaces down to nothing to spend on his offense. He's going to have a pathetic offense this year. There's nothing he's not going to be able to redeem this offense. Yeah, he's got Judge. So what? One player, not going to carry your team. Yeah, Tatis, let's see what happens. Reese, out. Edman, not going to do anything for your team. That was a bad move by Aces. And Josh Bell, at least we have power here. Lacking average usually. Inconsistent. Josh Bell's inconsistent. First base / DH eligible, and he's already being overpaid for massively. We're at that point where people recognize a name, recognize power, and they're in, and they're chasing. So short strokes overpaid for Josh Bell by a pretty good amount. Who's in your fantasy league? Mostly guys I know from my area. But I would say half of the guys in the league really know what they're doing, and a quarter have no clue, but have played, like play every year. And then there's a quarter who really don't know what they're doing, but they at least know like some names and they know players, and they go to the games every once in a while. But there's a handful of guys that are just bad. Couple of guys, I should say. All tiers of knowledge of the game. So Starling Marte is a good player to have. Injury risks. It's getting a little long in the tooth. $16 value. I'm out for that. I'm going to look around and see if there's any other targets. Romano is a good player for saves, but I'm not really looking to spend that kind of money at this point. Tim Anderson, I've got a shortstop already, but I would go Tim Anderson. He could fill up. He could fill up a slot for me in the second base shortstop category. Robbie Ray's a guy I'm interested in. Down here. He gets a ton of strikeouts. A little bit higher of an ERA. A little inconsistent. Former Cy Young winner. I'm going to target Robbie Ray. Severino's hurt. Severino just got hurt, so I don't know how long he's out, but look. Oh, wait. It says 29-year-old missed 2 months with a lat strain. I thought he just got hurt again. Oh, he's got a low-grade right lat strain. So I'm out on that. Salvador Perez provides a lot of power and can be the best catcher, can be the best offensive catcher in the league, can certainly have the most home runs from the catcher position. So he's a guy that is, he's worth a shot if you don't know what you're doing, but you don't pay for catchers. Catchers can get hurt too easily. Oh, he only went for $10. If I would have got him, I would have known, I would have grabbed him for $10. Yeah, that's a good price. What's okay? Are we at the point where people are kind of snoozing? Darvish. I will snag Darvish if people are going to snooze on him. But I don't know. I don't know what people think about Darvish. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to put a little bid in on him. I'm going to at least get him up to the pre-draft value. You're going to have to pay $20 for Darvish. He's at least a $20 pitcher. I'm going one more, and this will shore up. There you go. You're going to have to pay 20 for Darvish. Okay, now we're talking. See, I got in on the bidding. I don't know that that's it. Maybe one person thinks that, a couple of people, maybe more, but they're fighting over Darvish for in the 20s, which is fine. He's a $20 player. He went for 22. That's not outlandish by any stretch. That's okay. Trying to see what Darvish, my pre-draft value was $20 for Darvish. So it's a little bit of an overpay, but it's not the end of the world. Now Robertson, if he go, I'm in on Robertson. We'll see what happens here. I don't know if people know that he's their closer. I'll get in on it. I'm willing to spend some money because I don't know that people know about this. I'm gonna make him really think about it. I'm gonna let the ticker. This is another aspect of it. Playing with the clock. Let the clock go all the way down. Throw in a bid at the last second. $10. That's the most I'm gonna spend on Robertson, I think. Although, yeah, that's probably the most I'll spend. I'll take him for 10. Oh, last second, $11. I'm going 12. Let me have him for 12. I'm not going any higher than 12. Okay. I feel great about that. That's an elite closer, in my opinion. I'm just going to check the news. He's going to have tons of opportunities. So with Edwin Diaz out, yeah. Robertson, he's a veteran. He's a little bit old, but he's been around. He has a low ERA. Look at some of his stats. Muncie's up. Let's check out David Robertson, just in case you're in this position in your draft, looking for guys to target. So, back in the day, he used to get a ton of saves. Hasn't gotten a ton lately. Getting a little bit old, but he filled in admirably. And he's got a low ERA the last couple seasons. He might have figured something out. His whip was a little high, but I think for that price, for $12, maybe I overpaid a little bit. We'll see. What do you guys think? Yeah, Miguel Vargas is a sleeper I've got on here. See what Presley goes for, too. It's another guy. A closer. Like I said, I like to target 2 elite closers. 1 to 2, but 2 is okay. Presley goes for undervalue. Where are we at? $14 right there. I'm not going there. There's plenty of them. Plenty of closers to choose from. Class A is gone. Saves. Hader's gone. He was kept. Devin Williams and Presley gone. Jordan Romano's the next good closer that's probably going to go off the list. Helsley is gone. He had a $12 pre-draft value. He went for $15. I don't know if my list is updated here with Robertson. If he's even on this list, or if hopefully he just gets all the opportunities and it's not a split committee, closer by committee situation. Framber's a good pitcher. The K's aren't super elite. He did get a lot last year. He almost got 200, but in the past he hasn't been in a super elite strikeout pitcher, which is who you want to pay for. But we're at the point in the draft now when you're in the, we've got $16 pre-draft value for a lot of guys. You can pretty much do whatever you want at this point, and it's not, as long as you're not paying outlandish prices. A little bit of an overpay there, not too bad. Let's look at the values. Constantly check. Oh, shoot. I got to nominate a guy. Yeah, let's nominate Xander. Whatever. I'm not interested in Xander. How much money? So I've got $97 left. I've got more than him, more than him, more than him, less, more, less, more, less. Right around where I want to be. Spending a little bit of money. Pitching looks okay. Got to spend money on offense. Constantly keep yourself in the mindset of what strategy you want to use. Talk yourself through it. Make notes. I've got a sheet of notes here in front of me. I've got pre-draft values. I've got players I'm going to target all over the board. Here's Romano. I'm going to consider grabbing Romano. Looks like he's got a $13 pre-draft value, and we're already there. Oh, yeah. He's going for way over. Is he going to get to about $20 where the other closers have been? I'm not spending that much. I'll take a chance. I'll take a chance on saves for cheaper, like Bautista. I'm in on Bautista. I think he's going to get some more saves than are projected. He's a dominant force, a dominant mound presence, dominant stuff. And the Orioles are going to be better this year, I think. And they surprised people last year. But at this point, we got to start targeting offense. I'm good on the pitching right now. Don't bid on any more pitchers. Telling myself this. Not interested in Tyler O'Neill. Hunter Green, we'll see what happens. You have to stay flexible. Even though I just told myself for this amount of money, I'm interested in Hunter Green maybe. Just want to see what happens. If he gets right around, it looks like he's probably going to go for right around what he's worth. Maybe. I'm going to throw 9 on there. Maybe I can get him for 9. If I can get him for 9, I'm real happy. I'm going 11. I just told myself not to do it, and I'm doing it. Because this is a guy with super high K upside. If you can get close to 200 strikeouts. Okay, now the action comes, you see? Now the action comes, and now I'm out. 14, now I'm out. Hunter Green pre-draft value. He's probably not on here very high. Just because we don't have a lot of sample size to work with. We don't have multiple years. There's Tyler O'Neill. So yeah, Hunter Green, $14. Okay. I'll be in for lower, but Tyler O'Neill, not interested. Andrew Vaughn is a guy that I am interested in. He's got multiple position eligibility, and I've got him at a $15 pre-draft value. And let's see if we can find him. He's down here at $10. So if I can get Vaughn for about $12, I'm looking to get him for about $12, maybe 13, maybe 14, but I'd be in at that price. He usually hits for quite a nice average. He's in a ballpark that allows good offense, and he's got a pretty good team around him, offensive team. So Vaughn's a guy I'm going to target. Now, no stolen bases, which is fine. I got a little bit of speed. And I'll probably pick up a little more speed somewhere with some of these outfielders. Maybe even my utility second base shortstop position. But from your first baseman, you don't need speed. All you're looking for is pop. And I think Vaughn, real quick, I better look up and see if there's any injuries with Vaughn, because he's got a little question mark next to him. He's got the DTD. Suarez, not interested. $5 pre-draft value. I'm not interested, but I will pay $4 for him. Okay, there you go. Get him for $5. You got to get him up to pre-draft value. I'm interested in anybody at the right price. But when I say not interested, I'm talking about for pre-draft, for the value on the board there. At $5, that's not bad. I thought Suarez was going to be like a $12 player or something, but looks like he's not because of that average, that low batting average, and the stadium not conducive for offense. Vaughn's got a back. He expects to be ready for opening day. He's 24 years old. I'm in. What's wrong with his back? Lower back soreness. He just felt some lower back soreness, so they're going to let him rest a little bit. Former top prospect. We'll see what happens. If not him, then someone else. Yoshida. I wonder what he's at. Let's see if people play. I don't have a lot of info on him. He's going to be really low on here, though. There's just so many like $5 and lower players. But I'm going to have to spend some money here. Oh, he's already up $12. What are we thinking? You just use the first pick on Trey Turner. Yeah, you're not going to be sad about that. You're going to win stolen bases. Just make sure you don't go too heavy on stolen bases at this point, because you got them locked in. You got them locked up, stolen bases. You can get maybe one more guy that gets you decent stolen bases, maybe two more guys, you know, that get a few, but I don't think now you can focus on power. LK. Yeah, the Reds park is not good for pitching. Even if you are a superstar pitcher, there's going to be some home runs that you don't want. Tim Anderson, he doesn't have a lot of pop, but his batting average is spectacular. And he's going to score a lot of runs. He's not going to steal you a lot of bases. He's already up there. People recognize the name. They know Tim Anderson. They're going to bid on him. He's already right there. My pre-draft value for Tim Anderson was $24. I'm not paying for him. I need something. I need either stolen bases or power at this point. I'm not looking for an average guy that hits just for average mostly. He's a stud, and he can get you, you know, some home runs definitely. Maybe a couple RBIs. Here's Bautista. This is a guy I like. I'm not going to go too crazy, but we'll see what people do with this guy. I'm willing to go maybe one more bid. I'm going to go 14. This will be my second elite closer if I can get him. 14 was my mental cutoff point, and he's up to 15. So I think I'll just wait. Get someone else. 15's a lot, especially when I need to spend on offense. Got George Kirby nominated. Let's look at offense. Let's look at what we have to choose from here. Not interested. Jimenez is the guy I'm going to target. Vaughn, I'm going to target these two guys. That's going to spend a chunk of my money. And that's going to cover important positions, first and second base. Quan, high average, not a whole lot else. He'll get you some stolen bases, which are nice, but not a lot of power. Wilson Contreras is nice, but that's a catcher. And I don't like spending money on catchers. William Contreras in Milwaukee now should get you nice power numbers. Yelich, I'm okay with Yelich. I wouldn't mind a little bit of Yelich, although he's lost a lot of his power. Melendez, he's outfield eligible, but that batting average is scary. And Sean Murphy, so we got a lot of good catchers. First baseman Christian Walker, I would target him. If he's available, I'll look at him, depending on what happens before that. But now we're getting down. We're getting down there. Not a lot of names, guys. The names are starting to really dry up. So it's going to be off. Like, I'm going to target even Brian Reynolds. Let's just see what happens here. If anything, they're going to have to pay for him. $13, fine. I mean, like I said, we're going to have to start getting some of the... See, and do that from time to time. Go through the player list, the remaining players, and be like, uh-oh, there's nobody. I better start bidding. If you don't do that, you'll end up in a spot that you don't want to be in. Okay, so I got Brian Reynolds. Not the greatest player, but he's okay. Plays in a poor ballpark to hit. Has a little bit of pop, but, you know, I wouldn't normally target him. I'll snag Yelich too. No, I want to leave these 2 outfield positions open because I want to be able to add outfielders throughout the year off of the waivers, and there's going to be a few to add. My outfield's pretty solid at this point. We've got 3 all-stars in the outfield. I've got 2 aces, and, you know, my offense is coming together okay, but got to spend some more money on offense, one way or another. So I imagine after these next 2 picks, I'm going to be in the $60 range is what I'm going to have left, and then we're going to pull back for a minute and see what's going on. But the elite players are starting to run out. They're getting real dry, and this is the point in the draft that you don't want to be stuck with a lot of money. I've got about the average stack right now, which I'm okay with. I'm okay having an average stack, a little below a few, a little above a few. I like Robbie Ray. I'm going to see what happens here. If I can get Robbie Ray for a good price, I'm going to eat him up, because if I can get Robbie Ray, this will make my pitching staff pretty formidable. I'm going to go in for 12 right here and see if anybody's willing to overpay. Okay, they are willing to overpay for Robbie Ray. Overpay for Ray. 15. What are we going to get to, boys? $15. Should I go 16? I'm going to go 16. He might be the last elite pitcher. $17. He's arguably a $20 pitcher, but I think I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. He gone. $17. Nate Lowe, not interested. He had a good year, and he's in a good part of the lineup. I guess it depends. Let's keep this open. We'll keep it loose. No one wants Nate Lowe. If he goes for under pre-draft, I'll grab him. Staying flexible. The key to a good fantasy draft. $9. Oh, shoot. I should have grabbed him. I tried. I was just a split second too late. I thought he was going to keep going. And that is the value guy right there that you want to swoop up. So the $9 from this guy, he got a good deal. Then it's my turn to nominate somebody. I'm going to go with... It auto-nominated. I don't have the sound notifications on, so I just keep missing that. The doctor. I'm not going to go too crazy on the doctor. I don't think I'm going to go at all. I think I'm good. Depends, though. $11. 12. 13. Okay, I'm good. Yep, people are spending. They're in spend mode. A lot of people have a lot of cash, or like a decent amount of cash left, and we're getting down there. What are we targeting next? Offense. One more elite closer. Helsley, man, did good, didn't he? $13 pre-draft value. Where's he at? $12. I got him at 12, and he's right at 12. There's the 13. Do we go in? Got $84 to spend. One more. I'm gonna try to get him, I guess. If they overspend, if they go one over me, I'm good. I don't want any more. Okay, I'm good. I didn't really want him, but I would have taken him. I'm at that point where if I can get a closer, one more like good closer for close to value, I'll take him. If not, that's fine. Next up. There's a few guys still. Quite a few guys that have value. Different values on my cheat sheet than than what they are on here. Musgrove, injured. If I can get Musgrove for a deal, if I can get him for a steal, I'll get him. I don't know how many these people probably don't even know he broke his toe. If I can get him for 11, I'm good. Someone's got him for 12. I don't know if I want him for 12. Nah. 13. 14. Yeah, he's up there. Is he going to get to $15? If he gets to 15, that's probably... I'm okay with it, but just not for me right now. I don't want to take the risk. You never know with a broken bone. Like, just the smallest thing can take you from, like, elite dominance to middling pitcher who's okay. Is Lodolo available? Probably. Yeah, I don't think we... Yeah, he's available. He's $10, though. That's too much for a Cincinnati pitcher, probably. Kenley Jansen, I don't want a Boston reliever. Same thing. Launching ground in Boston. A lot of offense. If it's Jansen, he's already over the price anyway. Vinny's coming up for $12. That's a lot to pay for Vinny. Gilbert, we got Chris Bryant. I might take a gamble on Bryant. I'm going to look him up real quick. I had him last year. That's if I can get a good deal on him. Because when he's in the lineup, he's awesome. 2 for 4 with a double. We got good news. He's looking good. Rockies signed Profar to a $7.75 million deal. Bryant 2 for 3. Bryant 2 for 4. Looks like Bryant might be locked in. I might target Bryant if I can get a good price on him. I'm going to keep that in the maybe pile. Although I said I didn't want to spend a whole lot, but we're at the point where I got to spend some money. $84. Got to spend some money. Got to make a big purchase here on offense. People are gobbling up relief pitchers, which is understandable. But also, if you scout the waiver wire, if you're scrounging it all season long, you're going to find a relief pitcher, somebody that either loses their job or a starter gets hurt, something happens, and then there's a new closer. That probably happens a dozen times throughout the season, if not more. So as long as you're there and you're ready to swoop in, it's looking to me that there might be some value down here now with a lot of people spending their stacks. I don't know. Some people have plenty of money left. Glaber for $12. Reasonable. I'm not mad at it. He's a $6 pre-draft value, but he's a guy that can get you more than is advertised. He's done it in the past. I'm not going for the Italian nightmare, but I do like Brandon Nimmo. He's probably going to go for a lot, though, because he's only $1. Short strokes. Nominated him thinking that he has a steal. He'll overpay for him. I'm going to go in for $2. Yeah, he's already in for 2. I think Nimmo's undervalued on here, especially leading off for that offense. Yep, he's going for a lot. He's already up to 8. 9. I think probably a little too expensive here. Nimmo, $9, that's okay. Overpaid by 9. Overpaid by $8, according to these numbers. Wilson Contreras. Once again, I'm not after catchers. Jimenez is still available, right? Yeah. And I've got him at a $27 pre-draft value. So I'm going to be buying Jimenez. Even though he doesn't do a lot, but he's not going to hurt you. Marte's already out of there. Clay Holmes. Let's see what happens here. People have been overpaying big time for relief pitchers. Eat 'em up, Tigers. Just double checking. Yeah, Clay Holmes is the guy. $10. I'm in for 11. If I can get him for 11, I'm good. Anything more than that, I'm out. Okay, someone went 12. Take him. A lot of overpaying for relief pitchers. Which is, like I said, a mistake in my opinion. Pascanita, oh man, people are bidding on him. They like those 2022 stats. These are already at value. I don't even know what my sheet. Probably wouldn't even be able to find them on my sheet. But there are a ton of guys still. Kwan's another guy with some pretty good value on here. They've got him. Yeah, I still don't understand why, really. Just kind of like an all-around good player. But the pre-draft value for Kwan's like $22. And his value on here is only like, it's not much. 10. Logan Gilbert, I don't know. I think I'm, like I said, with the pitching, not really looking to spend a whole lot from here on out on pitching. I will, because I still have $84 left. We'll kind of see. I don't really want to spend that much on Gilbert. I just don't know enough about him. I know he's okay, and he has a lot of upside. Also, I don't want to like break the bank on Chris Bryant, but I will go after him a little bit. So like, there's a bunch of guys now coming up that it's like, I'll dabble. Duvall is looking elite. I wouldn't mind him. He's nasty. Let's see what happens with Bryant. Play this one by ear. He's a guy at this price that could win you a league, but if you overpay for him, I'm going to go 12. Someone will probably overbid me. Once again, if they do, they do. Yeah, we're up to 13. Let's just see. Do we go 14? I'm going 14. But that's it. That's my top. Not going a penny more. But I'll take him for 14. In Colorado. Target players from Colorado, if you can. CJ Cron was a good pick. Bryant, okay. Since he's only $14, like he's been a guy in the past. It's been like a $35 player. Injury risks. He didn't play much last year, but I'll take that risk. I'll take the upside right there with Chris Bryant. Yeah, Eloy can't stay healthy. But depending on the price, that might be okay. So like I said, we have IL spots. Got 3 IL spots. Logan Webb, good pitcher, not a lot of Ks. Pitches in a good ballpark for pitching. Probably worth right around draft value, but I'm not going after him. You need the Ks. See if I can find him on here. So Chris Bryant was a $16 value on my list. I got him for 14. It's got a little bit of value. Nickel and diamond. Dollar here, dollar there. There's a big first baseman. There's 2 good first basemen that I'm going to target that are very affordable, and we'll see what happens. But there seems to be. Let's look at first baseman real quick. So I'm in. Boom. In. There's like 6 or 7, 8 first basemen. I'm in right here. There's a bunch of first basemen that I'm open to. Andrew Vaughn being one of them. We'll see what happens. People are going pretty heavy on Vaughn. Looks like a lot of people were targeting him. I'm going to throw a little bit in there. Maybe we might be getting too expensive. $15. We might be getting a little too expensive. I'm going to make him pay. I'll take him for 16, but I'm going to make him pay $1 more. There you go. That was the plan. Now you can have him for $7 over pre-draft value. Just overspend on all your picks, and you're left with a team that's not as good as it should be. Oh, 18. Someone's spending 18. See if I can find him on my sheet. Can't find him. So I'm not gonna buy any more outfielders. Hard rule, no more outfielders. I've got plenty of them, and I want to save at least that one spot for a $1 player or like a $2 player, somewhere in there, 1, 2. But this is a guy I am gonna go after. How much am I willing to spend? I don't know. I don't like him that much. Like I said, he doesn't do a ton, but he's a solid second baseman. We'll see if people get crazy. $12 for Jimenez. 13 Hogan's Heroes looking to... I'm going to make somebody spend a little bit more than they want to on him. I'm not locked in 100% on Jimenez, but I'll take him. You going to give him to me? Okay. This was a guy that was $27. $27 on my pre-draft board. It tells you a little something about the second base position in general, how weak it is. Let's see what kind of second basemen are left. And now I got $56 left. I'm filling in some spots. I'm going to target a first baseman. We'll see what happens here with Walker, but it looks like it's going to get out of control with Walker. Maybe. $8 is too cheap. 9, still too cheap. 10. Okay, now we're getting into the range he should be. He should be probably about a $10 player. 10 to 12 maybe. Anything over that, looks like we're going to, people are starting to target first baseman. We're going to make him overpay though. JoJo needs a refill, is well under his budget right now. He's got over $100 left. So we got 1, 2, 3 players that have over $100 left, and there's not that much good. Look at these second basemen, by the way. We're back to second basemen. These are all cheap players. All very cheap players. I'd take Lau, but he's always hurt. Witt, long in the tooth. Marte, I'd take him. India, I'd take him. McNeil, mostly batting average guy. Arias, same thing, batting average. Rojas, he's okay. Not going to get you much, though. Polanco's out. Drury, low batting average, inconsistent, but can get you a home run, multi-position eligible. He's a guy who's good to have on your team for cheap. Definitely going to be looking at this guy. Let's go back to the board. Yeah, Catel's good. Oh, someone gifted some memberships. I don't know if I shouted that out already, but thank you to whoever did that. Greenskeeper with $1.99 super. Sorry, I missed it, buddy. I was locked in, but I got it now. It says, boy, could I have used this yesterday. Hit the like. Thanks, man. Thanks for that super chat. JML gifted 10 memberships. Woo! What a legend. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody here. Hit that like button. I think this is a video that's going to age well, maybe. It's long. It's going to be long, but I think we're going over about every single player. We're going to talk about every player, and if you watch this whole thing, you don't even have to really do any more research. IKF always bats low in the lineup. So you're in a good Yankees lineup, but he was batting like 9th a lot, 9th, 8th maybe, somewhere in there. He's not going to give you much. I'm not in on this guy at all. Not even for $1. And we'll see if anybody else is. This is when it might surprise you. Like, maybe Rosser's twin terror thought that he was going to nominate that person and someone else was going to bid on him. Didn't happen. You got to be careful when you go real low like that. Going back to the team, I don't know even who this is. Joey Meneses? Okay. For some reason, he's got a $6 pre-draft value and people are in on him. This is like the one guy I'm not even familiar with. Everybody else on this list, I know a lot about him. Maybe I should get to know this fella. Is he crushing in the spring or something? Wow. Okay. Oh, Team Mexico. So he's riding the high. He's a 30-year-old. He's 30. 6'3", 220 pounds. 2022, he batted .324 with 13 homers and 34 RBIs, a .930 OPS. So there's some potential there. Blake Snell, I'm in. A lot of K's here. I'm in for $9. See what happens. Snell is a huge upside guy. He tends to get hurt. But for $9, are you kidding me? I'm in. He's an ace. That was a steal. Blake Snell is an ace with 10K per game upside. He doesn't pitch a lot of innings, and they got to keep him healthy. So there's a reason why he's $9. But for that price, I'll take the downside risk. Here's Steven Kwan, not going to be paying for him. He's an outfielder. And what is he really getting you? Other than average, other than average and defense, what's Kwan going to get? He had a great year last year. He batted .298, but he only had 6 home runs. He had 19 stolen bases. That's good. He's going to get you a few stolen bases. His OPS was .773. So he's a fine player, and for $12, yeah. Not for me, though. Not with my team and the outfield that I already have. We'll see what he gets up to. Looks like he's going to go for 13. Yeah. Yep, lock it in. Here's Lodolo. $10. I'm out on him, but he's probably going to go $12. Yeah, we're at 11. One more guy decides to get Froggy. Nope, gonna probably be 11. Yeah, no, somebody got Froggy. $12. It's gonna stop there. I would imagine. No, Houghton's Heroes needs to spend some money. See, you got to know your players. Houghton's Heroes has $99 left, and he's kind of lacking all around. He's got plenty of outfielders, and now he's got a nice pitching staff. He's got a very nice pitching staff here. He went too heavy on pitching last year as well. He's just learning the game. I think he's a second-year player, but he knows a lot about sports. Kershaw, very interesting. $8. Former $40 pitcher, Kershaw. How much can he give you? Always getting hurt, always going down with a back, always missing time. But he is a name, and it looks like they're willing to pay. These things are applicable in your league, too. These are universal thoughts. No matter how good or bad your league is, everybody knows who Clayton Kershaw is. And Houghton's Heroes thinking, I got a lot of money to spend. $13 is not that much. So these two might fight. They got a lot of money to spend between them. We're up to 15. What are they thinking? They're probably thinking this is about the peak. Tornado is in for more. 16. 17. Does it get to 18? I can't see it going 18, but maybe that's the peak. 17, and he's going to lock in another really good pitcher. So he's got a pretty wicked staff going right there. And he's got money, a little bit of money to spend. Let's look and see where we're at. $47 left. Relative to everybody else, right about where I want to be. A little below most people, but there's not that much to spend money on. I got my second baseman locked in. Now we're hunting for first baseman. I need to get a first baseman. Corner infield. First, and then a first, third. Leaving these two open, these utility spots, I love it. I can pick up people off the waivers. There are going to be plenty of people on the waivers. I could just plug into a second base shortstop if I need to. If we, back into some shortstop, second baseman, whatever. But I'm going value hunting on first baseman. There's plenty of them. And I think when it's my turn to nominate, which is going to be real soon, the draft has been paused by the league manager. What? Dude. Jeremy. You can't just pause the league to go to the bathroom. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I'm going to call shenanigans. I'm going to do a 5-minute break, says Jeremy. I just have to complain. Because you pause this thing. This is like a 3-hour endeavor. There's no reason to pause this. You can get up at any time and go to the bathroom, get a drink. You don't have to bid on every player. You don't have to be sitting at the draft for every player. This is ridiculous. And Jeremy, you may watch this afterwards, and shame on you. Poor move. You're wasting our time. Look at it. Everybody's like, what are you doing? We don't need a break. In fact, let's go faster. Everybody is already snoozing. Okay. In the meantime, let's strategize. We'll go back and look at some things. Closer report. Okay, here's the team. Got one closer. Gonna need another closer. I'd like a tiered list. Closer tiers. That's what I really need. 2023 closer tiers. Just type it in. And here it is. MLB ranking for all 23 closers. Clase, Hader, Williams, Helsley, Presley, Romano. These guys are all off the board. Jansen, Bautista, Holmes. Duvall's the next one. Is he available? Let's see. Relief pitcher. He's available. I will spend some money on Duvall. That's the guy I'm targeting. Because he's the last, maybe Iglesias, but he's the last guy of the very elite closers. The last of the elite closers. Then we've got Iglesias. Iglesias he's all over the place. Sometimes he's awesome, but he is playing for a great team. We got Bednar for the Pirates. No thanks, not for the Pirates. Robertson is number 13 on this list, so I snagged him already. Daniel Bard for the Rockies. I'm not interested in a Rockies closer. Here, we can look at this together. How about that? Bard for the Rockies. Diaz for the Reds. Duran for the Twins. I'm going to consider that because that's actually a pretty good team. It says he's one of the top relievers in the majors, but he doesn't have a clear hold on the Twins' job. Munoz, Barlow. See, now we're into a lot of question marks here. A lot of them. None of these guys look appealing. Duvall's the last guy, but one of these guys I'm going to be adding for cheap. This was updated 4 days ago, so we're going to keep this page probably right around down here. Now let's look at the closers. Duvall, Diaz, Barlow. Iglesias is out. Let's get an update on Iglesias. Low-grade shoulder inflammation, and he will begin the season on the IL. Okay, so we got Duvall out here. I'm gonna splurge on Duvall probably, just because that's elite closer number 2. Let's see what happens. He's already up to 11. Looks like a lot of people are on him. At the very least, they're gonna have to pay for him. I'm gonna pop it to 12. Let's see what happens. If you give somebody a few minutes to think about it, sometimes they regret their decision. Go to 14. You can pay. Yeah, you can have him for 15. It's a little too much. You know what? One more. There you go. 17. I overpaid for him here. Okay, there you go. 18. Whew, thank God. I didn't want him from 17. That's too much of the stack. the remaining stack, and someone went 19. He's elite. You can see some people have been doing their research. Let's go back over here. The next one, who else we got? Alexi Diaz. He's number 15. He's the younger brother of Edwin Diaz. Showing a mid-90s fastball and a nasty slider. He's erratic at times and still needs to get his control in check. I'm going to double check because the closing situation is volatile. I'm going to double check to make sure he is the legit closer, but he's got weak job security. I'm not really liking that. I don't want to spend a lot of money on that. Now, Byron Buxton, I know I said no more outfielders, but let's see what happens here. Because this is a $25 player. And I will throw down on Buxton. He's going to have to pay. You're going to have to pay for Buxton. Not going to get him for that price. There we go. 10, that's still too cheap. I can't do any more, though, because I don't want another outfielder. I don't even want to get stuck with him. Like, I would have taken him for 8, but keep an eye on Bobby Miller for the Dodgers. Jorge Lopez is in Minnesota, too, now, but he's nothing special. Duvall is a poor man's Class A. That's kind of what I was thinking. Good call on that. My turn to nominate. I'm going to nominate Iglesias. Hoping that someone overpays for him because he's hurt. And he's erratic when he even is in. He's got dominant K stuff, especially as a reliever. See, they're already overpaying for him, which is good. Plan came together. And then I can be in for maybe the next one. Okay, so Barlow and Diaz are the two next closers that I'm looking into. Let's see what Barlow's all about. If I can find him. Bednar's on there too. One of the better closers last season, but missed a large chunk because of a back. Ooh. Barlow's been the primary closer for Casey the past 2 seasons. I like that. 40 saves with a sub 300 ERA. Had a career best 218. His declining velocity and strikeout numbers are a concern. Oh, they also added Chapman. I don't like it. See, that's the point we're at now. If you wait too long to pick up that second closer, you're in a questionable point. I kind of just want somebody at this point who has control over the job, who's not battling. Barlow's got weak job security. There's battles all over. Here's Diaz. Bednar. Let's go back to Bednar. Is that our guy? Is Diaz our guy? He's at $9. Nah. Back to the back. Sub 3 ERA. Only consistent relief option in Tiger's pen. Bednar will be discounted because he's on a bad team and could get traded. I'm going to do another search on Bednar. This is where this is a guy I wanted. Rizzo. I'm going to spend some money on Rizzo if it's possible. People are going to spend on Rizzo because he's a name and he plays for the Yankees and he can hit home runs. There we go. Yeah, people are spending on Rizzo. I'll spend into maybe up to like yeah, he's going too high. Pre-draft value of $4 on this sheet. He's already up to 13. Diabetic Mafia getting in. I'm gonna bump it one more. One more. I went up to 14. That's as high as I'm gonna go. You give me Rizzo for 14, I'll take him. 15. Okay, you can have him. Because like I said, tons of other options at first base. Got $47 left, right in the middle, a little above some, a little below others. Playing around room. We got playing around money. Now Diabetic Mafia is running out of cash. And he's got a lot of spots to fill. Bednar, not bad. Is this real money? It's not. I mean, we play for real money, but the auction value money is not real. All right, here's Barlow. We'll see. He's probably gonna go for around $9. Wait. You wait, and then throw in a last second bid, and then that somebody else did the very same thing. Twinado in for 9. Nah. Just gonna wait. Just gonna keep going down the closer tiers. I'm perfectly fine with punting on closers, even though I have one good one. You can always add to that throughout the year. Like I said, closers and catchers, 2 positions. Here's another one. This was another guy I wanted to get for cheap, but he's probably gonna go for a lot. LeMahieu. Injury concerns, lack of power, declining numbers. If I can have him for a decent price, I'll snag him. But I'm not going to break the bank. I like the utility aspect of this. $7. We're already getting pretty up there. I wouldn't be surprised if Votto gets in on this. Twin Terror's going to pay. I'm going to keep this train moving. $9. If I can get him for under 10, I'm happy. Anything more than this, I would be out. Last second bump, $10 for LeMahieu. I think at this point I'm going to have to be out. It's a nice flex player for $10 though. LeMahieu's formerly like a $25 plus player. In his prime, he's probably like a $30 player. But some guys are going for a lot over pre-draft value. Brandon Lau, I'm out. Injured too much. Has nice pop and a nice position in the lineup. He just gets injured all the time. He's always injured. Watch this year he stays healthy. You know, that's how you win a draft is by. But look, they're going to pay a lot for him. He has a $2 pre-draft value. He's already up to $9. And this happens every time too. It's not like this is a weird thing where people overpay. Volpe time. Ooh, good call. I'm going to keep him on the guys to target list. Sean Murphy. In a good spot. He's in a good spot to hit. He's probably going to be low in that lineup, though. And I don't really want to pay for a catcher, so I'm not going to. I'm going to save up this money. This money's going to come in handy towards the end of the draft. I got a lot of spots to fill. Not too many. I'm doing okay. I want to keep a bunch of spots for my $1 players. See how many spots? $1 and $2 players, plenty of them. We're going studs and scrubs. Catcher's going to be an empty position. Scrub. I'm going to spend a little money on first probably, but where are we? Let's look at... So there's Melendez, catcher outfield. We'll see what happens here. Since he's outfield eligible, I already have a bunch of outfielders, but that low batting average is keeping me off of him a little bit, especially since I added Jimenez and he's a high batting average guy. We got high average, good average, high average. I don't even know what to expect out of Bryant. But we're just trying to keep the average in check. I've got a lot of power. I've got stolen bases. I've got a little bit of everything. Flexible. Stay flexible. Don't get yourself locked in. He's already 11. I think that's too much. 12. People are paying. They're spending money. They realize they have money left and they're getting it out. My stack relative to everybody else's, I got $47. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 players with less money, 7 players with less money. That's half. We're right at the 50, right at the median. William Contreras, he's going to have some power. He's going to provide power for somebody, especially if he gets more ABs. He wasn't getting a lot of ABs in Atlanta. William Contreras, and now he's going to a good hitting park. $11, little overpaid a little bit, but we're at that point where if you have money, you're going to spend it, no matter what it takes. Rosario, a guy I'm not interested in at all. Another guy just kind of hits for average. Let's look at home runs. Sorting by home runs. Rowdy is a guy I'm targeting. Rowdy Tellez, lefty, in that ballpark. Now his batting average is really low, but I'll sacrifice batting average from Rowdy for some power. Relatively healthy. Good lineup around him. Going to get some RBIs. He didn't get a ton last year, but he should get some RBI, especially if he's batting in that 4 slot. 4 or 5. I think he was batting 5th a lot last year. But that's a guy I'm going to be targeting. We're looking for home runs here. Still not a lot. Mountcastle I like. Look at, they got that lefty-righty thing going on in Milwaukee. So Luke Voigt's in there. I'm not going to break the bank then on Rowdy. What's it say about Rowdy? Freddie Peralta I like. I wouldn't mind. I'll snag Freddie Peralta. In the meantime, I'm gonna see what's going on with Rowdy. I don't want to lose out on Peralta. I'll throw $1 on there. $8. You're going to have to pay for him, and you don't got that much money left. $10 on him. I need another pitcher anyway. Let's go, Tornado. Back and forth. These two live in the same house, husband and wife on the same team. And now they're both overbidding me, bidding against each other. Got him for 12. He just straight up bid me up on that. His wife and him just double teamed, tag teamed me. But I'll pay 12 for Freddie Peralta. He's an elite. He's got elite stuff. He had a little bit of a down year, and I needed another pitcher. Now I've only got $35 left, so now we got to think. We got one spend left, and that spend is going to be probably Rowdy. Rowdy clobbered his 3rd home run of the spring, leading the Brewers 14-2 shellacking of the Giants. I'm wondering about his job security. He had a lot of home runs last year, but since they brought in Voit, I mean, Voit or Rowdy could be a DH, though. Where is Voit? I don't even see him on the active roster. All I see is Owen Miller. Oh, they got Owen Miller. What's going on with Owen Miller? He's a righty. See, now we're into a weird spot. What do you guys think about Rowdy? Does he have job security? Ty France will be huge this year. Taylor Ward did really well last year for a while he was playing, didn't he? Got a Hunter Renfroe sighting for $12. That's overpaying for Renfroe. Kyle Wright, he's a good pitcher. $6. Let's just see what happens here. I'm not buying any more pitchers. All offense. My next spend is going to be offense. I'm okay with my offense, but I went a little heavy on pitching. Now I'm totally set on pitching. Peralta, Snell, Manoah, and Wheeler. I'm good. There's no like super ace with the super high K stuff, but Wheeler and Manoah get plenty of Ks, so does Snell. And Peralta can. We'll just have to see what happens with Peralta this year. Right now, he's their number 3 starter, so he's going to be going up against the opposing pitchers, not ace, most likely. Oops, I was supposed to nominate a player, and I forgot again because the notifications are shut off. Just looking at Peralta's career numbers. He only pitched 18 games last year. He must have been hurt. But the year before, 2021, He pitched in 28 games. He had 195 Ks. So that's what I'm looking at. 200K upside. He's got 200K upside. So, and a 281 ERA, 0.97 whip. He's had a little bit of a down year last year, especially with the strikeouts. I don't know what was up with that, but his ERA was, let's see how many innings. Oh, he only had 78 innings, so that makes sense. Multiply that by 2, we're at about 170. He's all right. All right, Nico went for $9. I don't know about that play. Ketel Marte, second baseman. We already got a second baseman. We're open at this point. I'll throw $3 on him for sure. Marte's a good player. You can overbid me if you want. I'm out. Going back to all positions, sorting. Mountcastle, yeah, I'm in for Mountcastle. Maybe I should save up for Mountcastle. Mountcastle, JD, or Rowdy. Jordan Walker's down here too. He's probably going to go for quite a bit. I wouldn't mind Josh Young. Might target Josh Young as a intermediate. A lot of open roster spots. Went real heavy up top. That was the plan. As you can see, we're getting thin. We're getting thin on big boys. And once again, relief pitchers going for a lot. Yeah, he's probably going for a little too much. Duran, he's up there though as an elite. Where's he at? Not elite, but like a mid. There's Bednar. The relievers are going. All those mid-tier guys. Bednar, mid-tier. Probably go for about the same. $9, right? 8. Yeah, Duran was number 16 on the top closers list, so he's right in the middle. We're right in the middle of the pack. And really, that's not a place that you want to be getting your closers from. I don't think. There's a lot of question marks, and you're still paying a decent amount of money. Twin Terror's getting ready to select. Chris Sale's down here. Ryan McMahon. He usually bats in the top 5 of the order. Colorado is good. Hitting in Colorado. For $1, I'll bump him up. Just to make him overpay. Like he made me overpay. And I'll take him for 2. I need a third baseman. First/third. He's going to pay 3 for him. We'll see if anybody else joins the party here, but I'm not really looking to pay any more for this guy. Good. Someone else bid him up. Good. Get a taste of your own medicine. A little bit of spite. Matthew, what's up? Rowdy is secure. Voit opted out. Okay, but they have Owen Miller. I guess we're not scared of Owen Miller. But he played a lot last year for the Guardians. He's been playing a lot in spring training. He said Miller will make the team and play against lefties. An expanded role is possible if he keeps hitting. But Owen Miller also played second base last year, I believe. So he's like a first, second. And they got Brosseau, who's like a utility player. All right, Mountcastle's my guy. I got to get Mountcastle here. I'm willing to spend on Mountcastle a little bit. And maybe others are as well. We'll let the clock tick down. Deadheads. Bauer outage. Yeah, I'm going to have to spend on Mountcastle. $10. I don't know how high Mountcastle's going to get, but I didn't think he was going to get this high. I'll go 12 on him. It's probably the most I'm going to go, though. Most I'm going is 12. That's a lot. I'm overpaying a lot for him, but this is my target. This is my guy. This is one of the last secure, middle of the lineup Heart of the lineup, batting fourth, batting cleanup for a real good offense and a good hitting park. Overpaid for him. Down to $23. 1, 2, 3. How many spots do I have left to fill? A lot. I have 14 spots left. So most of my guys are going to have to be $1. Some of them can be $2. Going to have to save all this money. So from here on out, it's just cherry picking. Not going to be able to get in on a whole lot of stuff at this point. But we can go through the teams and see how full. So Diabetic Mafia's only got $18 left, and he has a ton of spots to fill. Same with Aces from Spaces. Look at all that. Ooh. A lot of guys left for Rosser's Twin Terror as well. Short Strokes is on auto. A lot of guys. Still needs a lot of spots. So a lot of people are going with the same strategy. Studs and scrubs. Bauer Outage has like nobody on his team. He's got $66 to spend, so he's going to be needing to spend. It can probably make him overpay on some people, but I'm out on that game. I can't afford to do that. Somebody else is going to have to do it. But he spent all his money on Soto and Freeman, and then a couple $25 players. Bieber for $29, overpay, massive overpay. So not great. Brooklyn Mets, he's got nobody. He's an auto draft, or he was an auto draft. He's got nobody now. He's got nothing, so he's going to lose. He's not even stand a chance in this league. Eat 'em Up Tigers auto draft, tons of spots to fill. Deadheads, tons of spots to fill. Twinado, looking okay, but still, look at all those empty spots. Home Run Derby, tons of spots. Like, everybody's got a lot of spots to fill, so a lot of people were going studs and scrubs. There's going to be a lot of $1, $2 battles from here on out. And then maybe even a guy like this for $5. I can't even bid. Like, I'm out on relievers. I'm probably just going to have to go play the waiver wire game for relievers, or I guess it depends. I overpaid a little bit on mine, on Robertson. I guess not really. $12 is fair. Going heavy on the starting pitching. Heavy on like a mid-tier starting pitching. Wheeler and Manoah are upper tier. And here's Minaya. I don't want any part of Minaya. Doesn't have the K stuff. He's projected for 82 strikeouts. Not going to happen. 4.96 ERA last year. He had a poor year. Witt might be a good guy. He doesn't play enough. They're like platooning him, and he's old. Judging by what they did last year, at least. I've always liked Witt, and he's been a guy on my team, but he was also a big stolen base guy, and he's getting a little long in the tooth. He's 34 years old. It's not that old. He had a 673 OPS last year. It's pathetic, and his stolen bases were down to 16, 250 average. He's fallen completely off as a player. Brandon Drury, multi-position eligibility. Some people are going to want him. People need to fill spaces. He's going to get bid up. But not that much, because people are running out of money. Maybe Bauer Outage gets in on it with his $66. So Jobu also has a bunch of money to spend. And for some reason, the auto draft of Brooklyn, all bets on Mets, has not really done much. It's because everybody's going for over the pre-draft values. So the auto draft has not been able to get in on it. Owen Miller played a lot, as did Voit, because Rowdy was at the WBC. Gotcha. Thanks, Hyatt. Chris Bassett I like a lot, but I've already got a ton. Like, it just kind of depends. Like, if Bassett's going to float around here, I don't know what I can even afford, but he's a guy I would love. I'm going to put 5 on him. This is like, if I put 5 on him, I can't get anybody else. Okay, 6. Yeah. That's it. I can't do any more. But I'm really happy I got Mountcastle. That kind of secures. I got all the main positions covered. First, second, third, and short. We're good here. We have flexibility. with these two spots, which I love, especially shortstop, second base. You can pick up anybody off the waivers and plug them in there and they'll be fine. You don't get a lot of production out of your second baseman usually. And then catcher, same thing. Good. I love it. Free outfield spot to do whatever I want. And utility, same thing. Pitchers, I'm low on relief pitching. We'll kind of see what pops up. Maybe I can get a deal on another reliever or two. Probably not. Most relievers tend to go for around $5 even at the end of the draft. Unless you can score a couple of $1 question marks, but I don't know. What's up with Pete Fairbanks? Just going to kind of take a gander. He's down there at the $1 range. See if some of these guys are going to be available for cheap. You just don't know which ones. And once again, I missed my nomination. Ty France went for $6. $6 for Bassett is a steal. He should have been probably like a $15 pitcher. And that's why if you have money at this point, it's good as long as you know what you're doing. Like I would have bid Bassett up if I had an extra $20. I would have bid him up a few more. We got Ian Happ, not a great fantasy player, and he's $8. That's an overpay. The roster crew here is finally out of money. They didn't spend on elite. They just spent all on mid-range. Jonathan India is a guy I like. We'll see if I can get him for a couple of bucks. I will, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Yeah, he's already up to 3, which is fair. I think anywhere up to maybe like in this range is fair. $5, $6, $7, $8 even is fair because he has upside. Now we're starting to get there where it's like $6. He's a name people remember. Rookie of the year. Has upside in a good hitting ballpark. And looks like people know that. Going for $9. Second baseman. Probably not a lot of second basemen have been drafted at this point. So people are trying to fill out their rosters. So he ended up going for $9. Jonathan India. A little more than he should probably. Same with Happ. A little more than he should. Same with France. France is pretty good, though. I think that's a fair price for France, $6. And Drury with that multi-position eligibility for $9 is it's fine, I guess, but a little overpaid. Here's Rowdy. Let's see what happens here. I already got my first baseman and overpaid for him, so I'm not gonna go too crazy. But he's got good numbers. I'm gonna bump it to 5. Just to kind of get the ball rolling here. If I can get him for 5, I'll take him. But I think someone's going to overbet me here. Yeah. Up to 6. I'm good. That's one of those guys, like if I get him for that price, cool. But he's getting a little love right now. Up to 7. I think 8's probably the cutoff for Rowdy. Maybe 8. Fair price at the upper end of its value. I'm interested to see what Jordan Walker goes for. He's coming up soon. High-end prospect. And this is a potential keeper. This is a keeper league. So all these guys that you can get for cheap in the $1, $2 range, anybody with upside is going to be more valuable than you would think. Now, Rendon, not a guy I'm interested in at all. He's a name, though, that people know. So he might get bid up. I'm not sure. He's got real low projections. And I was going to say, if he stays for $2, like I'll buy Rendon for $3. But come on, people are going to have to pay a little more than that for Rendon. I'm curious to see what his value is on my sheet. It's probably I don't know. Torkelson also. Did Torkelson get snagged early? I think he was early. But there's a lot of guys here. This guy right here, I'm interested in. There's a lot of guys coming up. Arias ain't going to hurt you. So one of those, you throw Arias in at second, it's going to get a good batting average. Plays for a bad team. It's going to be batting up towards the top. A lot of plate appearances. I like Arias, but I'm not spending on him. I think he's going to be a good pick for somebody. I might. Yeah, if he was like 2, like if we're in that $2 range, I'll bump that up a bit. But there's a lot of players here. Like I would be in on like definitely these 3, but I'm not going to be able to afford Walker. I think he's going to go for a lot of money. I'm going to throw a $3 bid just to keep it frosty. So you have, I'm going to go 5. Boom. Just to keep things moving. Because like I'll take him for, I think he's up to about 8 to 12 in that range is acceptable, especially with his upside. And his projections are really high, so it looks like he's probably going to go a little bit higher. He's already up to $10. Let's see if he gets over that $12 threshold of, in the realm of value. Yeah, he's outside that range. People are overpaying for Walker because where is he going to bat in the order? They have a good offensive team. So where's he going to bat? If he's batting like 6th, I'm out completely. He ended up going for 14. So even if you keep him next year, you get to keep him for $14. The year after, he's going to be $24. And then you're at like, I guess he could be like the next Julio type superstar, but I don't know. It's too early. It's a lot of money to risk. Luis Garcia doesn't get a ton of Ks. So I'm out on Luis Garcia unless the price is right, but he's already over my budget. Pablo Lopez, he does get some Ks, and he is a good pitcher. I like Pablo, but I don't think we got Wheeler, Manoah, Snell, and Peralta. We got 4 good pitchers. I want to leave a lot of spots available for picking up pitchers off the waivers. $4, that's too cheap. I'll go 5. Like if he's like I said, if the price is right. If I can get Pablo Lopez for $5, cha-ching. But that ain't going to happen. See, up to 6 already. And just by doing that, I spiced the pot up a little bit so people start looking at him like, ooh, why so-and-so in on this guy? Already up to 8. I mean, I think you could pay up to probably 12 for Pablo Lopez. I don't see why not. I don't see why. Yeah, that's a good deal. $8. I just can't afford it. But $8 for Pablo is fine. It's above his value. But I'd say he's close to an elite pitcher. Maybe not quite there yet. Detmers, I don't want any piece of Detmers. Not enough Ks. He's a lefty. Now, Charlie Morton. It's another story. Gets a lot of Ks. I'm going to quick look at Morton. Because at this point, I'm just looking for value. I don't really need anything in particular. I'm just looking for value. But everybody knows Charlie Morton's name. He's getting a little old. He's 39 years old. I don't know how many innings he's going to pitch. But he's got that curveball, so he had some control issues already this spring. I guess it just depends. He threw a light bullpen. $3 value. I'm gonna throw 4 on there, and I don't want him for 4. But hopefully I'll make someone pay for 5. Everybody knows his name, but I'll take him for 4. Okay, 5. $4 Charlie Morton as your 5th pitcher. But I don't want him for any more than that. Who's the next guy we're going to target? Josh Young, maybe? I don't think people really know him. He had a 200 batting average last year. But he's a potential keeper, upside guy with some pop. So we're gonna look at Josh Young, see what we can get him for. If we can get him for $5, snag him for $5. Casas got some power, like all this from here on out. It's where's the value? Gonsolin, I'd add him if the price is right. Bard, same thing. I don't really love a closer in Colorado, but I'd take it. I'll definitely take Barrios. Gurriel, I don't know where he's going to bat in the lineup. If Gurriel's batting in the top 4, then I'm in. I better look him up. No, I don't want another outfielder unless he's super cheap. Grayson Rodriguez, we got another potential stud here. Nick Martinez, he's going to be a starter. And they're bidding him up already. Bellinger, another sleeper. Bellinger for a couple of bucks. I'll take the risk that he figures it out and runs into some power in the Windy City. Just a flick of the wrist and the wind takes it out. Seth Brown, multi-position eligibility. I'll look at him. Here we go, Josh Young. He's got $3 pre-draft value. I think we'll see what happens here, but if I can potentially get in on this guy, I don't think people know him. 5 is okay, yeah. Gonna have to be out, I think. Yeah, I'm out. 6, 7, up to $8 is fine for him. Anything over that is too much. We're already at 6, which is the I'm out point, but other people can get in. I've got $23 left. Jordan Montgomery, no thanks. No thanks on Verdugo and McNeil. Those guys are just hit for average guys, and they have no place in my lineup, really. But we're at that point where if the price is right, I'll do it. And Profar, I've been talking a lot. Profar getting locked up, 1-year deal in Colorado and potentially leading off is somebody I am interested in. Let's look. One-year, $7.75 million deal. And he's got an extra $1 million in incentives if he gets 400 plate appearances. He'll function as the team's primary left fielder, and he's likely to lead off, at least against righties. This is a guy we're going to think about. I don't love him. He doesn't do that much, but he is good, and he's got a real high pedigree, former number 1 overall pick, I think. Suzuki's coming up. I'm out on that, although he does hit in the heart of the order. I think he was batting 3rd or 4th most games last year. Dustin May. Yeah. Now hopefully sneak in on that one. Vargas, we're going to look at that. Kelnick, we're going to look at that. Cabrera, we might look at that. Edward Cabrera, it's got upside. Justin Turner, even after he got smacked in the face, he's got a ballpark upgrade. Flaherty, we're going to look at that for sure. Laser, he's always on the table if he can stay healthy. Conforto is okay. Haniger, we're going to look at that. He's got the O next to his name, but I think he's good to go. I think he is good. Oblique, he's going to open the season on the 10-day DL, but I think he's pretty close to being ready. I already looked him up. He'll start the season on the injured list. He has resumed hitting and throwing. There's just not enough time for him to start the season. So we'll see. I can always throw him on my IL. And then when he comes back, he is a dynamic offensive player. He'll bat around 250 with pop. In San Francisco, not a great ballpark, but neither was Seattle for hitting. But we got Flaherty coming up. We got Leclerc. I think Leclerc is their closer. Let's check. Yep, Leclerc is their closer. He had Tommy John last year, though, or he returned from Tommy John last year. But see what I mean about late in the draft, targeting these $1, $2 players. We're at $1, $2, $3 at that zone. So I save just enough money where I can go an extra $1 or $2 if I need to. Key Bryant's good, but I'm not paying. Not paying for him. 7 home runs last year is all. 244 average. Not good enough. He's already up to 5. His pre-draft value is 0. See, we're starting to move now. What's up with Seawald? Got to look for closers, too, if we can afford any. Braves, Pirates, Mets, Rockies, Reds, Twins. Munoz is sharing the job. Sharing the job with Seawold. Yeah, not good. I'm out on Seawold. Tyler Anderson, not interested. Senga, I don't really know. Does anybody really know? It's supposed to be good. Let's check it out and see if there's any news. He signed for $15 million. $15 million. So he's supposed to be a stud. 2 home runs in 4 innings. 1 run over 3. 30-year-old righty. He should make an impact. I'm going to consider Senga if I can snag him as a sneaky little guy. Nachi says, hey, Striker, just pulled a triple auto to 10 with Julio, Ramos, and Alec Thomas from Sonic. Any value? In all seriousness, what should I do? Oh, man, I couldn't tell you what to do, but it's a Julio auto to 10. I'd send it away to get graded, and if you want to sell it, just throw it up with the best offer, or you could auction that thing off. You're bound to get something good. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not going to mess around with these closers by committee at this point, I don't think. Vargas, yeah, I'm going to pick up Vargas if I can. There's a few guys. I mean, there's a lot of options still. This is when your baseball knowledge really comes into play. This is why we went studs and scrubs. At this point in the draft, grabbing guys. Nobody's spending over $6. $6 is like the peak, like up here a little bit. There's a $7 and $8 range, but ever since Jordan Walker was a $14 pick, everything's been cheap. So almost everybody's in that low range. This is a good guy I might consider snagging. Yeah, I'm gonna put a $3 bid on him. If I don't get him, that's fine. But for $3, multi-position eligibility, he fills my second base shortstop, and there we go. A couple more people got in on him. That's fine. Spend your $5, and I'll save my money. Flexible. Willing to do some things. What do you guys think so far in the chat? Hook me up with a thumbs up. Best pick of the draft so far in your opinion. Not just mine, but any. What do you think? Wow, he's all the way up to $8. Looks like Rosser's Twin Terror is going to blow the rest of his stack almost. So between the two of them, they don't have much money to spend. Let's change this. There's a way to change it to how much money they have left. I don't know how to do that though. Per player. You can change it to see how budgets. There we go. Maximum offer. This is what it is. Okay, so I just changed. What the heck happened? Yeah, so I just changed it to maximum offer. So now it shows me what is the maximum offer on these guys. That's big. So now I know how much they have to spend. Look at what we got here. Everybody's really low. I'm up to 10. So I've got some of the highest amounts to spend. I can snipe a player if need be from somebody, if there's a really good player, and I know I can get them. So basically we're at the point where if $2 pretty soon is going to be the most, $2 to $3 is going to be the most people pay. Now I'm going to try to snag Senga. We'll see what happens. I don't know if people are going to go crazy on him or what. Power outage has got 12 to spend. I'm going to get in on it for 3. Hopefully nobody else. Power outage might go over top of me. He's got $12 on the board. I don't know if people really know much about Senga, but I got him for $3. That's a nice piece. I think that's a nice addition to for $3 as a possible keeper too. This is the point in the draft. This is where you win or lose the draft right here. Filling out the roster. Thanks, Jenks. Andrew says, great content. I think you did well with Robertson. Could get 30 plus saves. Mountcastle's going to have a huge year. Okay, good. I'd like to hear it. Give me some feedback, guys. What are you thinking so far? Overall, did you see anybody else get a good steal? Do you think I got any bargains? Do you think I should have pivoted, focused in on a different area? What do you think I'm lacking? Mancini's a good player. I don't know how often he's going to play. Playing for the Cubs now, he's probably going to bat, I would imagine, like third. Right at the top of the order. Oh man, he got taken for $1. That's a good pick. First base / outfield eligible. Should have thrown the $2 on there. But look at what point we're at right now. Casas getting bid up. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna try to grab Gonsolin. There's a lot of guys I want now. A lot of value to be had. I'm excited that at the point we're at. This is where I kind of get excited. But I can't go too heavy on anybody. That $3 on Senga, took me down to 8 as the maximum. So I still got a couple bucks over, but we're at 6, 5, 1, 2, 4. Feeling good. Rasmussen's good, but he doesn't really pitch a whole lot. He doesn't get the innings. He's an elite pitcher that doesn't pitch that many innings. Usually, he'll give you 4 innings a lot of times because he kind of is that relief pitcher / starting pitcher. Sometimes they run an opener out there, and then he'll fill in. So Volpe made the squad. Should have went all in on should have went for Nootbaar. What did he go for? I'm still not sold on Nootbaar. 100%. Where's he going to bat? He's going to be like batting lower in the lineup? I would think. Johnny thinks I did good. Harper. I think Harper went for like 19, Colton, which is, he's not going to be back till after the All-Star break. Once again, I forgot to nominate a guy. Whoops. Is it going to give me Jeffrey Springs for $1, or is somebody going to go over top? It might give me Jeffrey Springs for $1. Oh, yay. Somebody outbid me. Good. I don't want Springs. Springs is the same as Rasmussen. They're both don't get a ton of innings. And they're bidding them up. Bauer Outage has got some cash to spend. So is Team Jobu. Springs is striking out about. Yeah, he does get a lot of Ks. 14 innings, 0 runs. Yeah, he's going for $8. People are on top of Springs, but how many innings is he getting? He just strikes me. Is he even going to be able to get a win? Guy like him, if he only goes 4 innings, 4 2/3, typical kind of Springs outing. Is he going to get the wins? It's important that your starter is able to at least qualify for a win. Here we go, Volpe. Oh, what do we got? Is someone gonna go? I mean, I might snaggle this guy. I don't know if these guys know a lot about Volpe. I'm gonna throw $2 on him. Let's see what happens. Probably gonna get outbid by Jobu. Yeah, I'm gonna go one more because Jobu likes him. He's gonna go 5 on him. Probably, yeah. There you go. So I'm out now. Too rich for my blood. I can't afford. I got a lot of other guys I'm targeting. But for $5, there's a keeper for him. Just made him spend a little bit more of his money than he wanted to. How much for K? I don't think he's made it to the board yet. And I am out. Grab Bryson Stott at the end of the draft. At this point, I'm up for anybody. J-Rod for $1 is a steal. Yeah, that's probably the best keeper of the whole thing. Tucker for $1 is really good too, but I'd rather have J-Rod than Tucker. Otani for 19 is really nice. But you're, $19. It's a good deal, but you're still spending a lot. He's like a $45 player. 50. He's probably like a $55 player. Andrew Heaney, I'm out. But I am in on Gonsolin. I'm just going to check one more time on Gonsolin. Because I know he's injured right now, but he's supposed to be back. Yeah, he's going to open. No. Hold on. He's going to begin the season on the IL, but he's just got a sprained left ankle. He's been doing defensive drills. He resumed a throwing program. He's just not stretched out enough. Now, Gonsolin is a little injury prone, but he's got like elite K stuff. Pretty good K stuff. He didn't even average. I mean, he had 2.14 ERA last season. Here's Bard. Here's like the last guy who's got a lock on the closer spot. And I'm gonna go after him. I'm gonna go after Bard. I'm gonna pop one in right about now, just to see. I don't have that much money left, but okay, this is it right here. $5. That's as high as I'm willing to go. Twin Terror can't go above me. Tornado can't go above me. And I got him. So I got my second closer. And now all I have, I can only go up to $4. But you'll see that I'm right in the same range as a lot of other people. We got some guys with $1, 4, 3, 1, 2, 4. I like Gonsolin. Do I go for Gonsolin or do I save this money? I'm going to go 3 on Gonsolin because I like him. He's my, like, I don't know, homer pick, I guess. He's not a homer, but I'm going to throw him on the IL, start the season. When he gets locked in, he's going to be not quite an ace. For $3, it's a deal. This is deal central from here on out. I only got $2 to spend. So if I nominate the guy who I want, I'm not going to be able to get him. And if I go $2 on a guy, that's going to be the last one. So I got to really pick and choose. And I like Haniger too. And I can't offer anything else from here on out. That's the tricky spot that you get yourself in. I could have saved on Gonsolin, but I think he's one of the last stud type pitchers. And if you look at Gonsolin's stats over the last few years, he is he's about a strikeout per inning guy with an elite ERA and whip. So I'm happy with it. Brady Singer, I'm out. We're basically to the point where I have one shot at overbidding somebody, and everything else is going to have to be a nomination. People are going to start dropping like flies. Look, we already got 3, 4 auto drafters. People are just dropping out. And everything here on out is not going to be overbid by the auto drafting. It'll only be nominations. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to start adding guys to the queue that we really like. I really like Barrios. That'd be a great addition. I don't know why. I mean, he had a high ERA last year, but he's almost ace level. My pitching staff is loaded. My offense is just fine. I think it's pretty good. Jordan, Julio, Bobby, Devers, the big 4. And then we got Mountcastle for some power. Jimenez for some consistent batting average. Bryant for some upside in Colorado. And Reynolds for some consistency, batting average. And here we have Barrios. I'm going to go $2 on him. We'll see what happens. I'll take him for 2. If I don't get him for 2, oh well. I'll spend 2 on the next guy I want. Yeah, I knew someone was going to overbid that. Dustin May's another one. 4.80 ERA is not good. See, we're looking at 2022. Let's look at projected 2023. Dustin May's projected for a 4.07 ERA. That seems really high. I should probably just stop looking at pitchers altogether. We've got plenty of open spots, and just from here on out, or at least the next couple picks, focus on offense. CJ Abrams, that's going to be a nice speculative snag for somebody. Don't really know what to expect out of CJ. He was always a high batting average guy as a prospect. Hasn't really translated to the bigs. His game in general, he's a little too small, but he has put on, I think it said 8 pounds of muscle in the offseason, which is really good. That's what we need out of him. He's got to get up to that 15 home run range. He's got to, at least provide some kind of pop. He's got the speed. He's got the ability to steal a lot of bases. So it's a good speculative pick. I like this, but look at they're paying upwards. They're already up to $4, so that's fair. Everything from here on out is just going to be a fair price. I don't think anybody's going to go crazy. Nobody's got a ton of money to spend except this Brooklyn all bets on Mets guy. And Joe Boo still has some cash. Bauer Outage has a little bit of cash. Deadhead's a little bit of cash. They can bid you up. Donaldson's going to be a pretty nice pick for somebody. 230 batting average. We're concerned with the batting average, but the power should be there. But he was washed last year for the most part, and I think he's just going to be even more washed this year. I can be able to rely on Donaldson for a whole lot. Still, he's getting older too. His defense is he's just, for $1 though, who cares? I'll take Donaldson for $1 on my team. Gurriel, I'm interested to see where Gurriel bats. I'm going to look that up. Look up the Diamondbacks. See what's happening. All right, so Gurriel, 2 for 3. Looks like he's having a pretty good spring. Maybe. Depth chart. Yeah, he's already $2. It's already done with. Tyler Mahle. Yeah, at this point, solid squad. How much you got left? Well, I've got $12 left, but I can only spend $2. So we're just trying to, it's like dollar player time, $1 to $2. I'd be all about grabbing Grayson Rodriguez if I could get him. There's a potential keeper. Although I'm going to be keeping Julio for at least next year. Julio's like, he could be a $40 player next year. This year he was like a $35 player. So if he's like $40 next year, I'm going to have to pay $10 more because I'm keeping him 2 years in a row, but he'll still be $11. Going to be the best keeper. Bobby, I might have to pass on Bobby next year unless he's a superstar because he's going to be $21 next year. And then we're getting to the point where I have more value keeping somebody else. All right, here's Bellinger. Someone was thinking, yeah, Bellinger for $2. That's a steal. End of the draft, like I was saying, tons of guys. Stotts here, Turner, Kelnick, Vargas. Naylor had a good year. Peraza maybe might be a good speculative ad. Benintendi is okay. I wouldn't be mad if I got Benintendi, Conforto, Lariano, Flaherty. Any of those guys I'd be A-okay with. It looks like Leclerc is going to go. I don't have any money for relief pitchers at this point. But like I said, I'm planning on picking up some relievers as the season progresses. We got Alec Boehm down here that I wouldn't mind. I got a couple spots left open in these utility positions. Okay, we got to start adding players to the list. It's Boehm. Rojas is pretty good. Fills a need. Man, as much as I like May, but we're going to go Boom. I don't know about Kelnick. Yeah, we'll try Kelnick. Cabrera up. Turner. I'm expecting better numbers out of well, maybe. I don't know. Is he just going to be a DH? That's the thing. If Turner's just going to be a DH and then maybe sometimes at third, him and Raffy flipping on and off, I don't know. But he is good and he's got that park upgrade. I'd consider Turner. Stott, I'm good with. Like I said, Stott. I don't really like Benintendi. I'm out on Benintendi. But for the White Sox, Is he going to be leading off for the White Sox? Let's find out. Anybody have any news on Benintendi? Where are they batting him? He's not very good as far as offense. He led off the bottom of the first home run of the spring. The assumption is that he'd hit second for the White Sox, but they intend to use him in the third spot between Luis Robert and Eloy Jimenez. Really, that is a key spot, man. If he bats third, I'll take it. I'll take him if he's batting third. That is... Okay, we'll add him. Conforto. I guess either of these guys I'd be okay with. Flaherty for sure. That could be a steal. Flaherty's an ace. Bohm, maybe. Jock Peterson. I don't care for him. Jared Walsh, I'd be in on that. Paredes, yeah. We got Kutch. Oswaldo Cabrera down here. Carrasco, Tyone. Moreno, that's my catcher that I want right there. Let's look up Moreno. Make sure he's going to be their everyday catcher. Carson Kelly's out 8 to 10 weeks. Whoa. Moreno, yeah. He will open the regular season as the primary catcher. Whoop! That's what we're going for, baby. Yeah, Benintendi batting third. You'll regret if you don't take... I'm going to try to get him, but at this point, Chris, I have to nominate him to get him. Because I only have $2. But Vargas is on my list right here. He's my number 2 guy on my list. So I got to like start nominating guys that I want and hope that I get them for $1. See these last few? It's been $1. Everybody's going for $1 now. Basically, everybody at this point gets their guy, hopefully. But Grayson Rodriguez just got nominated. I can't get him. That's a bummer. I guess people know about Grayson. He's already up to 4, so I can't even compete with that. But they're going to have to overpay, and hopefully that gets them down. Like any one of these guys now, if they have to spend, they're going to have to spend 4, like either one of these two. $4 off of their price gets them down to where they can't bully. Verdugo, I'm out. Doesn't do enough. Entertaining player, good player, high batting average. Just not the pop that I want. I'd take him, especially since he plays in Boston. If I could get him for $1, I guess I'd take him, but that's not my priority. Outfield's not my priority right now. I'm looking at first, second, short, third. And then we'll look at an outfielder maybe. Sonny Gray, no thanks. So Verdugo went for 2. Bauer outage is getting down there. His bankroll is getting lower. Not a lot of guys that can even put in an overbet. 1, 2, 3, 4 guys with only $1. A couple guys with $3-4. And then a few guys with a lot of money. 1 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them are auto drafting though. So we're good to go. So it's looking like Vargas. If I can get Vargas, it would be huge, but I have a feeling I'm going to get overbid on Vargas. Oh yeah, Profar I like too. Let's get Profar in the queue. How is he not in the queue? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get him. He's going to get auto. I'm going to go 2 on Profar. Why does it say day to day? Oh, he's awaiting a visa. That's it. Just awaiting a visa. Okay, hopefully someone bids him up like $1 and he can get him. There we go. Bauer outage bid him up $1. Maybe $1 more. And let's see. Tornado can go $1 more and get to 3. There you go. That's all his money. So he can't bid up anybody anymore. See if Bauer outage goes 1 over. It probably won't. Just wanted to get him up to that $3 point. Bauer outage is smart and knows baseball. He's one of the better players. And here's Profar. I'm gonna put that 2 spot on him. And Houghton Heroes can't go over. See, that's the beauty of it. We'll see if someone goes over me. But I like this Profar for my last overbid. Leading off in Colorado. That could be a steal. Boom. All right. That's my last outfield position taken up. So that's my 5th outfielder. I like that pick a lot. And I still have a utility spot available and a bunch of bench spots. But I like to fill all my bench spots with pitchers. Maybe one position player, but mostly pitchers. So we're going to be picking from the bottom of the pile. But all these pitchers that are at the bottom of the pile, a lot of them are going to be starting. Here we go. We'll just nominate Vargas. Hopefully we get him. It'd be great. If someone overbids me, there's nothing I can do about it. Hopefully they look at that 1 home run, 170 average, and they're just like, ooh, gross, I'm out. Yep, see, Deadhead's overbid me. It's okay. I paid, and even if he would have, he's already up to 3. There's nothing I could have done about it. Paxton, what's up? So we'll just go with the next one. No hard feelings at this point. You made the bed. Now you got to sleep in it. Spent all your money. I'm glad I did. We got a lot of guys in the queue still. Look at all these guys in the queue that I'll be happy to have. And Moreno all the way down there. I'm gonna, as soon as it like, I would love to see Bauer Outage spend a few more dollars so that he can't overbid me, and Twin Terrors as well, and maybe Deadheads. There's like 3 guys left that need to spend some more money. And as soon as they do, I think Moreno is safe. I think we should be good. I just don't want somebody... Let's look at the catchers and see. He's the next catcher available. Ruh-roh. We're going to have to be really strategic about this. Let's see if Bauer Outage has a catcher. He does not. It's bad. Deadheads has Adley. He's not going to be bidden. Twin Terror has Will Smith. He's not going to be bidden. So Bauer Outage is the one guy I'm worried about snagging my catcher here. But he is a ways down the list still. What's Dustin May at? 205. I mean, I'll take Dustin May. He's the next one up, though. I'm not going to get him. I just wanted to see. So 205 is Dustin May. Moreno's all the way at 256. We got like 50 more players. I'm just hoping someone bids like Bauer Outage up a little bit. Or maybe he goes in on somebody. Like, who's he going to want? Okay, here's a play. We could find like the next best catcher and nominate him, hoping that Bauer Outage snags him. But if we do miss out on Moreno, that's okay, because Grandal's still in there. Haas is actually really... He's got a lot of power. Haas has a lot of power. I wouldn't mind him. And some other guys. Yeah, there's some... That's about it. Not a lot of good players. Not a lot of good catchers left. I waited to the end. Let's go back here. So $5. Get in on this Bauer Outage. Ooh, all he had was 5 to spend. He can't get in anymore. But look at Team Jobu. Spent the 5 on Dustin May. Shea Langoliers. DHing. I thought he was a catcher. So Votto nominates Shea for $1. Nobody's going in higher than that. Back to our team. Got to stay on top of things. What are we looking at? Second, short, first, third. It doesn't really matter at this point, honestly. I would like to have a complete roster, but even if I don't have a completely filled in roster by the end of the draft, it's fine. Just pick up a couple guys off the waivers. No biggie. Come on, Bauer. Go in on Go in on Kelnick. One more $1. $3 on Kelnick. Nope. He's going to get had 2. You have 10 left. I got $1 left that I can, 1 per. So I've got $10 left, but I can't spend it. I can only spend $1 per player. It won't allow me to spend more than that. Everybody's dollar value up here is locked in. Am I going to get the show 23? I don't know. I haven't decided. It's possible, but there's a couple of games that I'm kind of into. I'm thinking about Diablo 3. That looks sweet. And I can also play that game with my cousins online. So that's going to be something fun. Also, there's still Modern Warfare 2, Warzone 2, which I have already invested in. So there's that. And then the show on there. I just don't have I haven't played any video games in weeks. There's Stott for $2. It's a pretty good value for Stott. But nobody's spending really too much over their limit. It's $1 to $2. Dustin May went for $5 because Jobu's got tons of money. But Jobu can do whatever he wants. We got to worry a little bit about Jobu. He is just filling up his bench from here. He got a few big name players. Nola, Acuna, Arenado. Everybody else is pretty low after that. Merrill Kelly's a good pitcher. Gets a lot of strikeouts. That's a guy I wouldn't mind having on my team. Especially at this price. Pretty low ERA, a lot of strikeouts. I don't know why. He must not get enough wins because of that team. But that's a good pick. Yeah, that was a good pick. And here's Cabrera. So who am I going to go with? Flaherty? Let's just really quick look at Flaherty and make sure everything's okay with him. Surrendered 6 runs in 3 2/3. Ooh. He's been doing horrible. Okay, maybe not Flaherty. Jared Walsh. I like Walsh, especially if he's batting cleanup for that Angels team. It just all fell apart last year. Injuries. Or should I go with Moreno at this point? Should I throw in Moreno? Try to snag him? I think at this point I throw Moreno in there maybe. Bauer outage is probably... I don't know what he's doing. I'm nominating Moreno. Hopefully he slides through. Come on, let me have him. Nobody, you don't know who this guy is. Ugh. I knew it. See, Bauer outage and Joe. Everybody's waiting on Moreno. And now I can't. Now I don't get a guy for a whole nother round. It's a bummer. $6. People are paying for him. Wasn't going to be able to get him. He was the next catcher available. Okay, now it's wait. Now it's wait on catchers. Wait on catchers. Are we going to go... Probably Walsh. He's the next guy I really like. But there's still tons of guys, honestly. First home run of the spring. Man, 215 last year. Ugh. Wow. In 2020, I guess that's a small sample size. Look at 2021. 2021, Walsh had an 849 OPS. 277 batting average. 29 home runs and 98 RBIs. So Walsh has the abilities. He has the ability to get it done. But he's got thoracic outlet syndrome. Uh-oh. He underwent surgery in September for that. And acknowledged he's not 100% yet. Great. So maybe that's why he had a bad spring or a bad year last year. He should be at full strength by opening day. That's what it said at February 8th. And he's been battling. So far this spring, Walsh has a 273 average. 1 long ball, 3 RBIs. It's worth noting that Walsh started in right field and okay, so he might get first and outfield eligibility, which would be really nice. Between him and Paredes, let's check out Paredes. Oops, work. Two for 3 with a homer and 3 RBIs. Team Mexico. Man, he only batted 205 last year, but he had 20 bombs. He had a great year last year. Only 331 at-bats, and he had 20 bombs. Low batting average, though. Low batting average. Here's Benintendi. Wish I could get in on that. Maybe I should have nominated him. And just like that, all the guys I was targeting are pretty much gone. What about Sir Anthony? We're still looking for some closers. Let's see what we can find out about the Philly relief situation. Come on now. Where are the Phillies on this list? Rangers, Nationals, Cubs, White Sox. Oh, they got Kimbrel. He's slightly ahead of Dominguez. So this is the point when you can nominate these questionable relief pitchers. Matt Boyd is marked as a relief pitcher, but I believe he's going to be starting. I think he's like our opening day starter. And Bauer outage might just get him for a buck. Let's look at some relief pitchers. Jorge Lopez. See what that's all about. They got Floro in there. Where's Floro? Is he already gone? He's probably gone, right? I'm going to sort by projected saves. Kendall Graveman. How about Kendall Graveman? Hey. Graveman is the logical next man up. Let's double check Graveman. Put him in the queue. Someone's going after Flaherty. Makes sense. We got 5 more picks until it's our turn. Checking out Graveman real quick. Okay, yeah, Graveman has medium job security. I'm going to try to target Graveman. He's my number 1 choice right now. He's way down the list. So if we could, that would be a sneaky source of saves. And we're just going to kind of check out all of the options. Yeah, Floro is in a battle. Floro's up there too. We're going to target Floro. We're going to target Graveman. Hudson's out. Oh, what's up with Hudson? He won't pick in the catch. And he won't be ready for the start of the season. Huh. Looking up the Dodgers. So we got Evan Phillips. Oh. We're going to nominate Graveman and hope we can sneak him by. Everybody's been going for a buck. Buck. Everybody's going for a buck. Let me have Graveman. God! Bummer. This dude saved all his money for a bunch of scrubs. Congratulations, Jobu. Your team is horrible. Actually, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It's got a lot of guys I wanted. Cunha, yeah. It's got a decent team. What about the pitchers? It's decent at best. So 2 rounds in a row, I haven't been able to get my player, which is super frustrating. Big time. Still on Walsh. Like, am I ever going to get a guy? Some of these guys have no money left to spend. Bauer outage still has $4. Come on, someone bid him up. Okay, I got you bad. One way or another, I'm going to get a reliever. I'm just going to keep nominating relievers until Bauer outage is broke or Jobu. How many spots do you have left on your roster, dude? 1 spot. Good. You can only do that once more to me. All right, we got 3 relief pitchers here. We're going to keep looking at them. Finnegan. Next up, Finnegan. Washington, not going to win any games, but they got Finnegan. Finnegan hasn't seemed overly, the Nats haven't seemed overly impressed with Finnegan, but he keeps them coming back, ending the last 2 seasons as the team's closer. Yuck. We're at the bottom of the barrel, I guess. How about Carlos Estevez? Let's see what Carlos Estevez is all about. Signed a big free agent contract with the Angels during the offseason. Okay. All right, Carlos Estevez. I'm looking at you. See a little bit. We're going to go a little deeper. And yeah. All right, I'm in. I'm in on all of these guys. Trevor May, what's up with you? Okay. There's an argument about whether a team set to be as bad as the A's even need a closer. Oh, no. But May could be the leader for saves if they employ one. He earned $7 million in free agency. Wow. That's a lot of money for the A's to spend. What is that, like a third of their payroll? Let's go, May. How about Boxberger? We're scraping the barrel. I'll load up. Still need some position players, though. Let's not get too crazy. Let's check out our second base shortstop. See what's available. Vaughn Grissom. I'd take him. As long as he's going to play. I thought I heard that he Oh, Arcia is going to open the regular season as the Braves starting shortstop. Why would they option him? What a bust. He's good. He's really good. They're just going to play that game with him, eh? Arcia stinks. He's better on defense, but unbelievable. I heard they optioned him, but and someone's snagging Walsh. Jeez. So who, like, out of this list, I guess, who is the top? Is it Sir Anthony? Where is Sir Anthony on the list? Where is Sir Anthony? My closers list is not ideal. I already looked them up, right? Gotta nominate somebody here. Graveman, Phillips, Kimbrell, Lang. Okay. Floro. Let's go, Floro. One of the worst closers. Let me guess, you're going to let me have this guy. It's going to be, we're going to stock up now with like crappy relievers and hope that maybe one or two of them hit. We're going to just fill this area right here up with crappy relievers. Crappy closers. There's Phillips, probably the guy I should have nominated. He was one spot above. Michael Fulmer. Oof. Favorite for saves for the Cubs. I'm not really in love with Paredes. Okay, good. What else do we got? We got Grissom, who's not in the league. Wilmer Flores, who does have some pop, and he's multi-eligible. After that, it gets pretty thin. But I'm not too worried about it. Kyle, glad to see you in here, buddy. I hope you could pick up on a couple things. I think it's definitely a good strategy. The studs and scrubs strategy. Or, I mean, if you're doing a snake draft too, we talked about all the players, so. Well, it's kind of winding down to the boring point. We still got 100 people in here watching, which is amazing. Just looking for a couple of more scores. And it's getting down there. All these guys. Second baseman. I'm okay on Wilmer. I might try to get Wilmer. Although we have two closers that are questionable. And after that, I don't know if we got anything really. Someone just snagged Hunter Dozier for $1. Got Jesse Winker. It'll get to the point where you just nominate a guy and get him, probably. Oh, that guy's got too much money left for that to happen. Grissom, I keep looking at that, thinking that might be a decent stash piece, but let's go back to relievers. We can any of these catchers are going to be I guess Gary. I had Gary on my team last year. His batting average is so bad, though. Is Darno even gonna? He's not even gonna catch that often. Trevino, Grandal, I guess, is the best one, and he seems like he doesn't play that often. Not plenty. A couple of guys. Candelario playing in Washington. Moncada. I'll definitely take Moncada. You kidding me? Let's shimmy Moncada on up there. Lower back stiffness. Come on. He blasted an opposite field 2-run homer. 12-0 victory. Okay. Moncada and Tim Anderson. Looking good. 212. He had a horrible year last year. Maybe he was injured. Let's look at some of his stats here. At-bats. He had 397 at-bats. So let's look at last. 2021 would be a better example. I mean, he's been elite in the past. And he's definitely the best available. Nicky Lopez is pretty good too, but he doesn't do anything. Yeah, we'll try to go here. Candelario, as long as he's going to be getting some time, I'm not upset about Candelario if we had to take him. Slow spring, 4 for 19. We'll see what happens when we get there. But see, there's plenty of players, big leaguers left. Even down here, Escobar, like what's going on with Brett Beatty? Is he going to be... They optioned him. He was hitting 325. He was hitting 325 in Florida. He'll get an opportunity at some point in 2023, they say. So Escobar is going to be the guy. Let's look at the depth chart. Escobar and Guillorme. Escobar's always been a guy. He can hit 20 bombs, yeah. I like Escobar too. 0 for 3, 0 for 4. Starting at third base. It says Escobar dodged a bullet with Brett Beatty getting demoted by the Mets, but he's probably not going to have long to get it together. He's hitting 4 for 34 this spring after going 1 for 10 for Venezuela in the WBC. He's 34 years old. If we have to, we go down that low. Look at Votto. Votto's free. No, Votto is old man. But... Oh, he's going to begin the season on the IR. He only batted 205 last year. Okay, so he's washed. JD Davis. Castro. Wisdom is good. I like Wisdom. He's got a lot of pop. Ooh, look at this. We might have found something, guys. Wisdom hit his third homer this spring. He's batting 351 in 46 plate appearances. And that should ensure that he doesn't lose any playing time. Not a great choice for the Cubs as a full-timer, but he will hit some home runs. Okay. It's all falling apart. Let's keep looking. So we got a catcher spot, first, third, utility. Got some relievers available. I like this. I like our next 3 picks. Filling some holes. If we can get Moncada, that's going to be big. As the utility guy. That's great. And this is not the final offense either. You know, there's going to be a lot of moves to be made. At any point, I can drop Crawford or Moncada and pick up any first, second, third, or shortstop and be fine with it. Same with catcher. Same with Profar, technically. If Profar doesn't work out, who cares? $2, grab someone else. And there's Waino. He'll give you some numbers. He'll do a little something for you. All right, let's go back to all positions. Let's see where we're at. Candelario's up top there. We got Carlson. I wouldn't mind Carlson. But we don't have any room for him, really. He could be the utility guy. Definitely going to try to snag Moncada real quick. Hopefully nobody gets in on him. And if they do, oh well. We'll just do something else. Luis Garcia is available. I wouldn't even mind Luis Garcia. Second base, shortstop. He might have been even better than Crawford. Okay, we got Moncada. Great. Look at this. This is like this little $1. That's perfect. Perfect strategy right there. Save your $1 spots for those positions. And this. And then all these bench spots. $1. They come and go. Yeah, Beatty was doing good. He sent down. Hall of the Phillies will be playing first base with Reese out. Let's check out, see if Hall... I think he might have been drafted already, though. Let's see. Derek Hall. Maybe not. No, he's available. No. What does it say about him? He will receive the majority of the playing time at first. So Hall's a lefty, so he could be a platoon guy. He's only 2.3% rostered. I don't know if I have room for him on my roster. I don't have any spots available, but I will put him in the queue. So we got a couple of scrub relievers. We have 3 relievers, and that's fine. I kind of wanted one more, but 3 is fine. Especially there's 14 teams, so somebody's gonna have multiple relievers. Half of the crew is only gonna have like one reliever, one closer. Haas and Hall. Let's keep looking. Go back to the relievers. We could use one more if there's one available. Dancer Alberto is a relief pitcher. What? Ross Stripling. Chapman. Now that would be something, wouldn't it? Maybe even grab an Ottavino just in case Peterson doesn't work out. Nah. Right? Nah. We're going to put him in the queue. We're going to put K in the queue. What's up with Bruzdar? Clark Schmidt, Taylor Rogers. Oh, good. Another catcher. Am I going to be able to get... Did Bauer Outage get his catcher yet? He did. He got Danny Jansen. Good. Nobody needs a catcher. Wait till the very end. Eric Lauer's a good pitcher to go this low. Back to the relievers. Minus Alberto. We're looking for saves. 15 of them out of all of these guys. Oh no, 15, 13, 11, 11. Isn't Herget a possibility? Didn't we say that? And Estevaz. People battle other names like Jimmy Herget and Ryan Turba. Yeah, he's a possibility. Stroman's another good one to get this late. Late inning, late draft, late round pitchers. Plenty of them. Plenty of pitchers going this low. Okay, we got one more. I'm going to nominate Haas. Hopefully we can get our catcher taken care of. Nobody's overbidding at this point, really. Turnbull went for $3. Surprising, but he's got no more money to spend. Lane Thomas. Nobody wants Lane Thomas. There we go. We'll just nominate Eric Haas and get this party started. See what happens here. Gallegos, Montero. Andrew Chafin's good. I just don't know. I will draft K, and he will become my favorite player if he's good. Urquidy. Another good late inning pitcher. Late round. I keep saying late inning, but late round pitcher. Got McCullers. Martin Perez had a nice season last year. I wonder if that's a guy that could help me. That's kind of the point we're at right now. Got everything filled. Now we're just looking for these pitchers to fill in. Martin Perez last year had a 2.89 ERA with 169 Ks. He had a good season. 31 years old, kind of right in that prime. We're gonna queue him up. Probably not gonna be able to get him, but what's up with Gallegos? St. Louis closer. I'm not seeing anything good about him. So he's next in line after Helsley. Wouldn't be a great pick. Belt is decent. I don't mind that Belt play right there. Grichuk, that'll play. Colorado, definitely. Syndergaard's available too. What's up with Syndergaard? How's his stuff been this spring? Gave up 6 runs and 4 1/3 in a loss to the Giants. Just wasn't impressive at all. And for all the talk about a velocity boost in his second year back from Tommy John, he was throwing softer than he did last season. Syndergaard did have a couple of excuses. He's been bothered by a blister, and he was struggling with a wet mound. And he was pitching to a, what does it say? Worse, the Dodgers signed Wilson Ramos to a one-day contract. Huh. I don't know about Syndergaard. McCullers, though, is pretty nice. I wouldn't mind McCullers. Santana. Oh, we got Kluber down here. What's up with Kluber? Kluber's a decent option at this point. He yielded 3 runs in 4 innings, averaging 88 miles per hour. I don't know about Kluber. I do like Canna, though. Don't need any more outfielders. Uh-oh. No. Perez. That's what I want. Yes. All right, that's who we wanted, Perez. I'm not sold on him, though. What about Chapman? And Canna? Where's Canna going to be batting? This matters. Even though he's going to be a bench player, probably. But we got an open outfield slot. Looks like he's doing pretty good. 2 for 3 with a pair of singles and an RBI. He led off the second inning. So what is he batting? 5th? He's feeling healthy after dealing with gastritis in 2022. He went into last season a lot skinnier because of the issue, which caused him to eat less because he was afraid of getting a stomach ache. Wow. But hopefully the issue is behind him. Okay, he's hoping to get 20, 25 home runs. Yeah, if he can get 25 home runs, that'd be sweet. Might move him up the board a little bit here. He could be a nice utility player for me. I'm going to move him right up here. Then we got Hall. So between the two of them, what's the pitching looking like? Wouldn't mind... We got Perez in there. Wouldn't mind one more decent pitcher at this point. Let's look at the starting pitchers. Starting pitchers. Quantrill. Cleveland. Right on the verge of being a guy. Pavetta's okay. Maeda's okay. Eflin's okay. There's a lot of guys that are okay. K's okay. Clevenger. I don't know that Clevenger is good anymore. Concerning dip in his velocity. Yeah, he's 32 now. I don't think Clevenger's any good anymore. We got Savali. He's good. He just doesn't strike anybody out. Marco Gonzalez, Herman, Brubaker, Steven Matz down here. He's okay. There's a lot of okay options. Nobody killer that's going to get you a lot of strikeouts, which is what you need. But, of course, there wouldn't be at this point. So we got a few guys left. And they're starting to come off the board at a decent clip. We want to get at that point where you just nominate a guy and they're yours, which will be there soon. As soon as these guys their teams fill up. And we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roster spots left. So we got 3 guys we're targeting. Can't believe I'm targeting K. I can't believe it. We've come to this. It's come to this point in my life where I'm considering drafting K-Word. Anyone draft Nestor? Someone kept him, yeah. Zach says, dumb question, but I got the second pick in my draft. Ohtani will be number 1. Should I go with Trey Turner or Judge? Either way, it's a win-win, man. What I would do if I was you is put it on either print off or just figure out where you'll land in the second round, and who will be available in the second round. So there's a lot of good shortstops. There's a lot of good outfielders. So either way, you're okay. I mean, just flip a coin at that point. Trey Turner's going to get you a lot more steals, and he's got pop. Judge has been injury prone a little bit in the past. There's no way he follows up that last year's season with the same thing. So I don't know. Let's go K. I'm going K. Boom. I'm not afraid to drop him if need be. Wesneski has been a top pick. A top pick? You mean like a last round pick? He's like the Cubs' 5th starter. He's an intriguing development as a 5th starter. Let's just see. 97 mile per hour on a radar gun. Gave up 4 runs over 3 1/3. Grab Hendricks for an IL stash as he could be back in a couple months for the Sox. Yeah. Didn't you have Julio? Yeah, I kept Julio, Michael. I just got K. I'm going to be rooting for him. Oh, someone just grabbed Canna. That was probably the play. That was probably the play. We're gonna try D Hall. Let's go Hall. Surely he'll be available. Let's look up. Let's see where Wesneski is. Being the 5th starter though is kind of brutal. But I guess K's like the 4th or 5th starter too. What's his strikeout stuff like? Gotta look a little bit deeper into him. 2019 6th round pick. I'm gonna have to go look a little deeper on fantasy. We'll use Fangraphs. See what his stuff is like. He's got good K stuff. Ooh. 25%. I like that. Swinging strike rate. Swinging strike rate's okay. It was good in the minors, and the fastball velocity 93.1. Maybe he figured something out. Do we queue him up? 316. Let's queue him up. We got a couple spots left. Why not? It's all dice rolls from here on out. You can hit on one of them. We should kind of keep our eyes peeled for some prospect types. There's Liam. Clevenger, Soler, Montero, Brusdar. Nelly, he's not going to be playing every day. Trent Grisham. Christian Vasquez is in there. We're back to Savali. We're going Derek Hall. He's going to be our utility player for now. Look at Jason Dominguez sitting down here. Look at him. What are we doing about Dominguez? Austin dropping the juice. You've seen Wesneski since he pitched for your school and played with Kauser. He's solid. You have him on your team. All right. Good. I'll go with it. He's my next pick. And then we've got two left. We've got the pick of the litter, whoever we want. And I'm going to have to go with a couple of more pitchers. So it's all pitching from here. I don't use my bench spot for an offensive player. Don't need it. Quantrill. Let's sort by strikeouts. Nick Pivetta, eh? I hate Boston pitchers. It's just such a hitter's park. I'll do it. I'll go Pivetta too. Next two picks. Wazinski, Pivetta. How about Josiah? Bringing the fire. A lot of K's in his future. Potentially. Marquez, no way. Opech, what's he been doing this spring? He's pitching through a respiratory issue. Great. He is a starter. I might grab him. Double check sources. He was lit up for 5 runs against the Giants split squad. And I want to know what his velocity's at. Okay, here we go. Velocity, March 12th. He delivered an impressive performance against the Angels. Through 3 perfect frames, he struck out 1. Unfortunately, we don't have the StatCast data from the game, but he did hit as high as 98, which is encouraging. Yeah, he's got to be up there in the high 90s. That's why he's a major leaguer. He's a flamethrower. He got up to like 105 on the radar at one point. And then injuries. I'm willing to take a chance. This is take a chance point right here. This is the spot. Start taking chances. Freeland's actually not bad either. But no way. He's got really low. Eflin, really low. Really low ERA and whip projected. We'll consider him too. Okay, here's our guys. 1, 2, 3. 3 spots left. See how this pans out. Mikey says, made a bet in Vegas for the Padres to win a World Series. What were you getting paid out on that? like plus 600 or something. Started college before Wesniewski and Kauser, and they finished before me because school is just a backup option for me. So I have the piece of paper, and I finished in December. That's sweet. It's a good way to look at it. Check out Mitch Keller's spring stats. Yeah, I know all about Mitch Keller. I like him, but he's just been, I don't know. Fanned 7 while allowing 1 run. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm about to win Wesniewski. He's their opening day starter. Mitch Keller is their opening day starter. Okay. Hold on. We got a good call on Keller. We got to add him to the list. He's way down there. Kind of like Pivetta and Eflin better, but let's keep. He's their opening day starter. He's got a 409. 13-1 strikeout to walk ratio. So he is feeling it right now. Says interesting. He said Mitch Keller struck out 3 in 3 scoreless innings Tuesday as the Pirates bested the Blue Jays. This is March 7th. Okay. He was using his new sweeper, or he used it 3 times, focusing more on fastballs and cutters. He only got 3 swing and misses. I don't know about Keller. He's going to be undrafted. He's going to be on the waivers. So I could pick him up at any time. Nobody's going to be drafting him. But Pivetta and Eflin are actually kind of good. And they have history, like a successful history, relatively. I think that's where I'm going to go. But if they're not available, we'll look at Keller. Oh, they're 10-1. Wow. While the A's are 3,000-1 to win it all. All right. She's winding down. The draft is winding down. It's only been 4 hours. Thanks for hanging in there. Jeez. 4-hour stream. Gobble this content up. Hook me up with a thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe if you're new around here. Pivetta and Eflin. Eflin and Pivetta. Just going to double check before I invest in them. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Pivetta, 30 years old, 6'5". He had, man, he's last 2 seasons he had 175 Ks. But his ERA is like 4.5. Consistently 4.5. With like a 130. Here's a guy like Pivetta. I would hope for a couple of easy starts in the spring against bad teams and then try to move him. Try to package him in a trade. And there he is. We're looking for strikeouts. And I think we're pretty loaded at pitching. It's going to be tough to beat. There are a couple of other teams that have good pitchers, but we got a pretty dominant core right here. It's not the best, but I think some of these secondary guys are going to pan out and end up being in an upper tier. So that's kind of the point of all these other guys. Senga might be like the steal of the draft if he ends up being good. Same with Peralta. Peralta can put up huge numbers. There's some question marks, but a lot of upside. A lot of upside. I like that. These are all bench spots, so I can take anybody I want. But I only have one bench spot left, and I use all my bench spots for pitchers. So I'm going to try to grab Eflin. Eflin and Pivetta are a lot alike. Four innings, a 2-run ball against the Twins. Struck out 4, walked none. His velocity is down a little bit. He's 28 years old is all. Pitching for Tampa Bay. He's a former first-round pick. 3-year, $40 million contract. So this is a guy they're going to rely on. The Rays they have good analytics, and they don't pay for people usually. So 3 years, $40 million is a lot of money. That tells me that they know something about it. His spin rates are up. He's getting ample movement. It looks like he might be a 6th starter, though. So I don't know how that's going to work out. How could he be a 6th starter and get paid that kind of money from the Rays? What's their depth chart look like? McClanahan, Glasnow's hurt. Rasmussen, Springs, Eflin. He's looking like the 4th starter right now. So whatever that was wrong. But that offense, I don't know about that offense. Tampa Bay. They're going to be okay. They never score a ton of runs. They kind of manufacture runs. All right, nominating Eflin. This will be the last guy. Then we're going to call it quits. That's it. It's the last player. Hopefully I get him. No nonsense. Nobody's overbid anybody in like an hour. We've just been drafting $1 players, which is where you win the draft. So assuming this goes well, which it probably will, and if it doesn't, who cares? I'll just grab somebody else. I'll just grab Keller. And you stream pitchers anyway. Okay, that's it. Draft is complete. I'd like to thank everybody for watching. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. I'll try to respond, but there's no guarantee. StrikerBreaks.com. Check out Streamlabs bot. He's dropping all kinds of links. And I will see you soon. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you all later.